an A, which is very exciting. And we'll start, as always, with an opening for the day.
Yes, good morning, Eastern Germany. I hope you had fun. Who went to the pub crawl? Nice, okay. Who went to the Jeopardy game? And where's the winning team? Nice, okay. And who of you went to the party? Oh, wow, nice, okay. Keep this energy up. We have a lot of things to discuss today. I wish you a really nice day. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them. There are no wrong questions, kind of. We have today a speech as well from the DAAD. So if you're interested in talking to Stefan Geifels, the head for the Erasmus Plus higher education sector, feel free to ask him. He will arrive like in 20 minutes. And yes, with this, I'm starting the day officially at 9:22.
Thank you for that. Also, the OC will give a very short announcement for the day. Good morning, everyone. I hope you had a great night today and a great morning this morning.
And we will have, there will be falafel or vegan chicken. And then for dinner is the pasta with the sauces that you guys chose. So, yeah. That's what we will have.
Thank you, Elena.
Sorry, actually, I'm just thinking now, for the pasta sauces, I know that some people cannot physically eat some of the sauces, so I would say those who need to take one of them will go first, and then just in case someone changes their mind, that's okay. You chose bolognese and now you want to have cheese, but the people that need one of them will go first. That's it. Sorry.
And then I also want to remind everyone that we have a silent room downstairs. I don't know if everyone saw it. And for the silent room, it would be very nice if people were actually silent there. So it's not meant for talking, it's for resting. If you're overwhelmed or just need a break. But please refrain from talking there, watching something loud, or calling people on the phone. That would be very great. And then I wish you great plenary sessions. As every day, we will also have a quorum check. So, Adrian, please come to the vote.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As yesterday, we need to do a quorum check. Quick reminder, we need to have a specific number of sections represented here so we can vote. This is what the quorum check is about. So let's start. Today's question is, how many people watched the parade on Carnival Monday in Koln? Whose vote? Oh, sorry. I need my scrutineers. The scrutineers, are you here? Please come to the front. Yeah, we have one, we have the other. That's how punctual we should be. So, how many people watched the parade on Carnival Monday in Cologne? Those voting for 230,000. Please raise your hands high and hold them up without moving. Now, with the voting devices.
What's the last number?
1 million.
1 million, okay.
It's 230,000, 410,000, and 1 million. So those voting for 230,000, option A. Raise your voting devices now. One. Thank you. Those voting for 410,000. Please hold your hand, don't move.
Yeah.
19. Thank you. You can lower them. And those voting for 1 million, option C. Dear AB, is this correct with our number of voting devices 41? Yes, perfect. So thank you very much. The option C was the most chosen one. And it was the correct one. Congrats. With that, we've established a quorum. Thank you. Hold on.
Okay, next we will vote on the agenda. Are there any proposals for the agenda? Yeah, just come to the content.
Philip Böhmer, National Board. Last name, okay, weird. Yeah, I want to propose an extra slot for the amendment that was sent yesterday to you as a section to the SOS proposal with the overcall. So there's an amendment, so we would like to suggest 5 minutes presentation and 5 minutes Q&A. 10 minutes Q&A, sorry. And afterwards we would like to include a voting block. It's already in. And as well, after the amendments, I would like to have the speech of the DAD to have a nice start into the whole day.
Are there any objections to the change of the agenda? Okay, then I will be changed. Yes, please, another proposal.
I'm sorry. What did I ruin?
No worries.
Sorry for that. Viva National Board, I would like to add 5 minutes to the agenda for a quick presentation and a Q&A on the other amendment that was sent out yesterday related to the clarification of the RC rule.
Are there any proposals to the change of the agenda? Objections, sorry. No? Okay. I will need 1 minute or 2 minutes to change it. Thank you so much for your patience. Everything is moved and we will then continue as per change in the agenda. It's also updated so you can see it again, or you can see it when you open the agenda, with the amendment to the SRS proposal for the rules for the open calls.
As you've noticed, this proposal to amend this SOS proposal was proposed by the NB. This is why the NB is here as well, and they will talk about the amendment that they created together with our legal auditors yesterday.
All right, good morning everyone. So after the presentation and the Q&A for this proposal yesterday, we got to get together again and had a good talk about it. And we talked about what to do with it now. And we decided to stick with the proposal, but to add an amendment to it, which Martin will tell you a little bit more about in a second. The reason why we decided to stick with the proposal is that the National Board and the other statutory part, the Audit Board, have information about applications about applicants about situations in the network that happened previously, and are therefore able to make an informed decision about the OC and about the election of the OC. And in order to enable sections to make that same informed vote, we would feel obligated or obliged to share those information with the whole network, in order to enable the sections to make that same informed vote, which might include sharing personal information, which, that's it. That's the end of the sentence. Oh yeah, something good to mention is that this proposal would not apply to the current election of the Spreebeck OC, because the open call is already done and closed.
Yes, then I will continue with the content of the amendment here, or the second amendment. So first, as Hannah said, we decided to stick with the general idea that, for example, for Spreebeck or any other event where the OC consists of person and it's more than 50 participants, the NB can appoint the OC in general. But we wanted to include a bit more democratic oversight in that process, so that there's also a bit more transparency and accountability in the decision that the NB makes. And the main changes that we introduced for this is that the NB has to provide a written explanation of the OC appointment decisions to the AB, and the AB then can also review the decision process, and they also have access to the application documents. And if the AB finds the justification insufficient, they can refer the final decision to the members of ESN Germany, which is you as the sections. And we propose to integrate this with 2 new items, so numbers 4 and 5, in the event policy paper, paragraph 6, section 5, which is the new section that we are proposing with the general SOS proposal. What we also changed, because we received input on this, so in the original proposal already, there was a sentence that is like a certain, if a certain situation happens where the NB is not allowed to vote on themselves, and or they don't have a vote because the vote is about themselves, and they wouldn't reach quorum, that they need to get in contact with the audit board. But that sentence does not add any information really on what to do on the procedure. It just says get in contact with the audit board, but not what happens. And so we decided that the sentence is obsolete, because anyway, if the NB wouldn't have a quorum to make a decision, they can't just make a decision, and we assume they would get in contact with the AB. Yes, so also a quick summary. We decided to stick with the proposal, but keep or introduce with the amendment a system of like checks and balances, kind of, and then that there is the review through the AB, so that the transparent becomes more like traceable. And here, unfortunately, only in German are the changes that we want to introduce. I will briefly try to summarize it in English as well. So the first thing is that in point 3, there is now one less sentence. This is the obsolete sentence that I mentioned, that is just not there anymore. And then we introduce point 4. So the NB is obligated to send to the AB at least 7 days after the NB's decision their justification in written form. And in 7 days, the AB also checks that decision if it's if, like, they can understand anything that's justified. And then point 5 is if the AB does not agree with the justification of the decision, then the final decision for that position that where the AB does not agree with the NB's decision they refer that decision to the members.
So just to summarize what Martin has said and what the members of the NB have said, if you want the NB to continue choosing the OC for events where people are selected for the OC and not sections like the LAs, this is an amendment about this, and this is one that does not introduce this because this is the current situation, but introduces AB into the process. If you as sections want to directly vote on such elections, vote against it.
And also a bit more that you understand the process, how this amendment could be included. Now we presented it, we have a Q&A. After lunch, I believe, we have a vote. If this change with the second amendment that we now proposed will be included in the proposal that we vote on Sunday. And so until after lunch, you also have time to think about it, and also time to discuss with us if something is still unclear after the Q&A.
Is Flo here to help with the microphones again? I'm not sure. I didn't see. No. Can you help with the microphones? And raise your hand if you're the first person to speak. Please, Vivi.
Levi, local member, ESM Potsdam, former audit board, legal audit. Hannah, my question is to you. Can you please explain how your statement of ensuring that dirty laundry is not washed publicly in front of the NA aligns with Martin's statement that this proposal aims to increase transparency, because in my opinion that doesn't make sense.
Hannah and B. The proposal increases transparency in the sense that it obliges the national board to make a statement to the audit board, who is responsible for auditing decisions and the behavior of the national board, and they will then look at that statement, look at the given application material, and decide whether the statement that the national board has given can be justified with the given information as well as the given application material, which kind of, I don't know, forces the wrong word, but I can't think of any other word right now. It kind of forces the national board to make a rational decision, to explain their decision, and to really think about the process instead of saying yes or no, because we think so, but actually explaining and looking at all of the applications, all of the information at hand, and yes, justifying their decision to the audit board, who is responsible for auditing whether the national board is doing their job correctly or not.
There is a comment.
Martin, AB, thank you, Levi, for pointing that out. It was indeed a bit misleading in the slides. What is meant with the more transparency is that the AB is involved in the transition process, not the transition process, sorry, in the application decision that the NB has made. So that is the more transparency point.
This is a comment?
So to clarify the answer.
Name and section, please.
Maybe yes, and Potsdam. So to clarify, your statement that you've given is that the transparency is increased internally on the national level and not towards the sections.
Was that a follow-up question? Okay, because I would, a comment is not for giving another question, so I would just leave it.
It was no question.
Okay.
It was a comment.
Good, perfect, thank you. I'm not sure, I saw a hand. Okay, hold on.
Dortmund, yes, in Bielefeld. Will the NB justification letter be made available to the sections after the NB made the decision? If not, why?
Martin, AB, we can't really answer that question because it's not defined. So, it's not, we don't write about it in the proposal, so it's like right now a decision that we have like 1 minute to make that we would normally take, if it happens, way more than 1 minute to do. So I can't answer what it will be. But after the AB decision, sorry, give me a second. After the AB decision, the vote will be referred to the section. So there will be some input as well on which the sections need to make your decision. So potentially the justification letter could be published, but as I said, it's not a decision that we now not a question we can now answer within 1 minute.
There is a comment.
Yes, Philip, National Board. So now section can always see at least the voting results. So if you go to the minutes, then you can see how the NB voted for the Würzburger OC. In addition, I think it's depending a lot on the statement letter itself, because if there are confidential information we are sharing with the AB, I think this part will be maybe excluded of the statement letter, but of course the statement letter could be published if all the important or confidential information we think is not or shouldn't be shared with the network is excluded.
Oliver, yes, in Dortmund. Since this is quite a big topic, would it be possible to postpone this voting on the amendment to Sunday and not already do it today, and therefore might take important discussion, important time away this morning, where we have a lot of other topics already, and maybe put those discussions so we have them in the evening.
Philip, National Board, it's up to you. So if you would like to propose a change in the agenda of the voting block, it's possible.
Maybe also to add, Clara, main chair, it was in the agenda before we started this morning as allowed to make changes before the start of the day. So you could have been able to propose to change the agenda when we asked for it, but like Philip said, you're free to make another proposal.
Yeah, it's me again, really, yes, in Potsdam. This time my question is specifically only to the AB. Can you please explain who had the initial idea for this proposal And also please furthermore explain why there is still no provision that prohibits side agreements between the NB members, especially after I pointed that out yesterday. You still have the provision that is technically not necessary because NB members already lose their voting rights as soon as it comes to a vote about themselves. You added that in your proposal, but no prohibit for side agreements. Please explain why.
So, name Martin AB. Initial idea for this proposal. The initial proposal was from the AB. That answers that of the question. For side agreements, to be honest, yesterday evening when we worked on this amendment, we didn't have the topics and we didn't discuss about it. I mean, so it's like right now I would have like 1 minute to think about and give an answer when we didn't discuss about it yet, so I can't really answer it, I'm sorry.
There is a comment. Anna and B, there's no possible way of completely prohibiting or ensuring that there are no side agreements made between people in any situation.
There was the comment from Levi first.
Yeah, Levi is in Potsdam. Sorry, but a comment, the last statement is factually wrong, made by Hannah. I'm a law student. I'm pretty sure that this is not accurate what she said.
There's another comment.
A joint national coordinator. I believe it's already the job of the audit board to audit the work of the NB. So in case the AB believes that justification that the national board gives for this OC election is based on any sort of conflict of interest or side agreement, then it's the AB's job to inform the sections and let them make a decision.
There's another comment.
Levi is in Potsdam, this time a comment to the last comment from Benjamin. I agree that the audit board is there as an instance to control the national board, but the problem is that we're moving, especially the things that Hannah herself mentioned as washing dirty laundry, is not in the hands of the national board, it's also not in the hands of the audit board, and starting from this NA it will be in the hands of the CC, so you all will not have any information about those people. So I don't get that point, honestly.
There is a comment in the back.
Oliver, Eastern Dortmund, speaking from experience, I think as a member of the national level you have a lot of more insights into all what's going on, and we are not always speaking about code of conduct incidents or something related to that, but people not doing their position properly or don't do it according to our regulations, and therefore you don't want them to be in those positions again, maybe.
There's a comment. Yeah, Nula and B. Yeah, also a good point about that is yes, and including the COC incidents, of course, it goes to the conciliation committee, and we're talking about that. But to keep in mind, if at events like Spree Break or any other big event, and there is, let's say, it's hard to say, but insufficient work of the OC, the work of like handling some of the organization processes of these events falls back to the national board. Yeah. I will propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list will be closed.
Pavlos in Ukraine. You said yeah. So first of all, thank you for taking your time to clarify the proposal. And my question is also about the understanding of motivation. Do I understand it correctly that it was partially motivated by avoiding the theoretical situation where NA has to vote on OC and you don't want to violate GDPR rules?
Thank you for your question.
You're welcome.
There's a lot to answer first.
For the national board, so no, from my point of view, the proposal was not motivated by avoiding disclosing personal reasons. So not because of GDPR reasons. More because of confidentiality.
I'll just read this question. Can you please make a further amendment at the publication of the letter as part of the SOS proposal? This will hopefully clear the current status of Trust Us Pro-wide of this proposal, especially regarding the confidential information you keep referring to again and again.
So, Martin AB, about the first sentence to make a further amendment. As vote delegate, you're allowed to also make amendments. And regarding the current status of Trust Us Bro, here are all people that have been elected by you, by the General Assembly. Every one of us. So, you trust us, and also I can say we're not just like doing anything. We spent yesterday multiple hours talking with each other, agreeing on something, also how to inform you, how to present it. So it's something that we put thought behind, and yeah, we're also still available for questions after the Q&A and before the vote on the change.
There's a comment.
Ramona, National Coordinator for Data Protection. The thing is, here also GDPR comes into topic because even though personal reasons are not part of GDPR, but personal information like names are, so we would only be allowed to publish a letter like that or explanation like that if the person which the letter is about is consenting with that. And if they're not consenting, we are not allowed to publish the data like that with a name in it.
Okay, thank you for the presentation and for the Q&A.
I will keep it rather short. This amendment was sent out, as mentioned to you yesterday, and refers to the clarification of the RC role. It is just a formal correction because in the original proposal it says paragraph 15 of the standing orders. It is paragraph 16. So this is the amendment. The content stays initially the same. It is just a formal correction.
Other questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Speakers list closed. Okay, the next point on the agenda is a presentation by the DAAD.
Guten Morgen, liebe Frühaufsteher am Samstagmorgen. This is the test who speaks German. Thank you so much for the invitation, Philip, and for all the others. In 5 years of office, it's already my second time. If you deduce the Corona time, it's nearly every time I come here, because I think it's so important that we work together. Who I am, I'm Stefan Geifers, I'm the director of the National Agency for Erasmus Plus in higher education. In Germany, in many countries, we have comprehensive national agencies which cover all the fields, but in Germany we have 4 different ones, and I have the pleasure to be the director of that one for higher education, and that explains perhaps also why we work so closely with ASN, which is a very, very important partner for this important project of Erasmus. I have been on Monday last week in Brussels with Simone, who invited me for a conference, not the future of Erasmus, but Erasmus is the future. That was a statement. And if you look to the future, you also can look to the past. The program exists for more than 35 years. 37 years, 17 million young people in all sectors have participated. Seems to be that there are 1.5 million Erasmus babies, mostly in the field of higher education. So the program contributes to the economy, to the knowledge, to well-being, and to demography. The program has been created in '87 in a moment of crisis. Well, you may say the European Union is always in crisis and comes out better and stronger. Hopefully that's right. But what was the situation in the 1980s? In the 1980s, Europe and the European Union, which had a different name at that time, had achieved quite a lot in the field of the economy and in the field of agriculture and all this. But they had not so much credibility within the people. And Jacques Delors, the former president of the European Union, said, you do not fall in love with the single market, and he is right. And it is in this spirit that the Erasmus Plus program has been created as an opportunity for young people to discover themselves and Europe, and to be the face of the European Union to the citizens. And that's right, and that is even more important in these days in which the multinational cooperation is not as evident as it has been before, but the Erasmus Plus program is so important for us in Europe, and therefore the work of the European Commission, our work at the administrative level, but also your work in all these different cities in Germany is important. And my wish and my encouragement to what you are doing is to show up, to show that you exist, that Erasmus exists, that international and European students are welcome in Germany, and that those who have been abroad, Germans to other destinations, when you come back, share your experience with your friends who hadn't had the chance to go out or didn't want it because of some reasons. Change it also with your parents, your grandparents. It's also an intergenerational project to show that Erasmus makes Europe stronger by all the experience we are living. And therefore, for me, it's so important that we as administration, which is not as flexible, normally we do not work on Saturday mornings as you, and what you do, you are the face, you are also the face to all those in our country, in your home countries, to show that there is an engagement, that we want to be mobile, and something which is very important for me, for those who are guests here now or who have been abroad, it will also change your life when you are home again, because you have once made the experience to be a foreigner somewhere, speaking the language more or less well, knowing all the conducts, how to do. And if you have been in this situation, you will understand every other people, and every other man or woman coming to you in a different way. And therefore it is so important, and therefore we will continue to work together. I know that many of you are engaged in what we call in German LAI, Lokale Erasmus-Initiativen. This is very important in order to encourage young people to go abroad. And although we have not enough money to give high scholarships to everybody, the number of students and young people who is willing to go abroad is not unlimited. It is not unlimited. We have 70, we can finance this year 70,000 mobilities. The demand is 80,000. The gap is in money. I hope we can do it once. But there is a tendency among young people. It's not that old people always like to criticize young people, you know. You can say that about students. It started with Aristoteles. He was said, oh, they are not as good as I have been, but the world has developed. Nevertheless, there is a tendency of being less mobile, and via your work, you can show it is visible and it has an added value. You do really a very, very important work for Europe and our future in a time where it is even more important to work internationally together. Although we might disagree on some points, it is the motto of the European Union is unity in diversity. We do not want to become all the same, have all the same hair colors or cuts or something like that. In this diversity, it is an added value, and therefore your work is so important, and therefore I was really pleased to have the time to be here with you this morning. It's just short. Now you have a coffee break. I don't want to be between you and the coffee. But if you have some general questions or things you want to address to the administrative phase of the program, it's the moment. I still have some time to answer them. And once again, it's my pleasure to be with you. And whenever I'm able to do so, I will join you here in Brussels or in other cities. This year, not in Split, but perhaps next year. Thank you so much. If you have any questions or comments, even critical one is welcome.
Unfortunately, we don't have a Q&A in the agenda.
Okay.
So,
with age, I become more flexible, but I understand. Thank you so much, and I wish you a nice weekend. Work hard, party hard. Thank you.
next up is the financial audit of the National Board 2024 and 25.
as you probably remember, yesterday we talked about the cash audit. Now we've got the financial audit of the last NB. Hopefully some of you still remember the last NB. One of their members is still a member of their NB, so our current treasurer used to be, as we see, the project manager, but just to remind you, he then overtook the role of the treasurer because that treasurer, Santo, was dismissed by you, the National Assembly, by the sections a year ago at the winter day in Dresden. These are all of the members. The reason why I show you their names is that this financial audit is part of the grounds on which you will decide if you want to dismiss them. That means dismissal means that they will no longer be able to be held accountable for things they've done during the mandate that we know of. If they did something that we don't know of, for example, made a contract that starts in 10 years and costs us more money than we have, of course then that dismissal is no longer active, so to say. But these are the members, so Teresa, Marco, Santo, Nina, Paula, Ekaterina, Katrin, Dirk, and Saura. But just quickly, what is a financial audit? So the main difference to what you saw yesterday, there is a procedural.
Can we do something with the windows because it's barely visible?
We are already checking.
So, coming back, the cash audit, just as you remember from yesterday, looks at the balances in the bookkeeping and in the actual bank account. What the financial audit does is it examines if the financial activities of the board, very important, it's not just the treasurer, were not damaging to our association, so yes, in Germany. So what was done, or rather what I did, and if one of you is interested in being financial audit, listen, that's your main job then. It's pretty simple, just 6 steps. You check all bank transactions, if all transactions have an assigned invoice, and if the invoices were paid. This is usually also part of the cash audit, so this part goes pretty quickly. And then the very long one is you check if the expenses were made within the limit of the budget, more than later. Then you check if on the expenses that were made outside of the budget, there is board decisions, so you read all of their conversations throughout their mandate. And you check if inventory movements were documented, so the physical assets had a known location. What are the findings of this financial audit? This is the usual. Scattered board decisions. I am yet again kindly asking you to have an Excel sheet with decisions, or a list, however you like to do it, but then the financial auditor doesn't have to read throughout the minutes. Just on every financial out-of-budget decision, if you have a document on it, it just makes their job much, much easier. But this was not new the previous one. There was a lacking inventory list, which those of you that attended the NA in Dortmund might remember. So we basically, up until now, don't really know what we possess as ES in Germany. From what I know from my advice, the board is working on creating an inventory list together with everyone else that can help, and they're moving forward. But the previous board didn't already take care of that, so we don't really know about the inventory movements during that time. And there were often transfers carried out to the person being not to a different person than the person being reimbursed with no comment on the reason. It was usually nothing shady, so to say, but just one person out of the NB sometimes would buy 2 tickets, and then they would get money for half of it, and the other NB member would get the other half because they stated, most likely with the reimbursement formula, that they paid for the ticket of this other person, so this other part of money should go to them. But this should be in the accounting, so the financial auditor can also see that. And there were 2 missing invoices, which is compared to hundreds transactions, a low number. So as I said, on the topic of staying within the budget, I bored you in Dortmund with many numbers, so I made it in a more summarized version. I will read it out in case it's not very visible. And why do we have 2 years? Back then, the budget was for the calendar year, and as you know, the mandate goes from the summer NA to a summer NA. So basically, NB would take part with their financial activities in 2 budgets. That was changed by Dirk's proposal. Now the budget is tied to the mandate, so the NB only can use up 100% of the mandate. That makes it easier for the next financial auditors. I'm distracted, but I'm okay. So in 2024, which is the first half of their mandate, that NB came into their mandate and had a certain amount of the budget already used up because it was the middle of the year almost. So you can you see? I don't know, but that's why there is numbers and not percentages, because they can use up to 100% of the budget. And the budgeted income was 419,000, and the actual income was lower by 111,000. However, the budgeted expenses 450,000 and were also lower than the actual expenses by 23,000. So that means they both spent less, but also had a lower income, and that still leaves us with a deviation that's negative because, well, the deviation from the income is higher than the deviation from the expenses. So they spent around, or the outcome of the budget was different from the projected one by about 70,000. Why this is relevant? Well, you accept the budget, so they did not carry out their financial plan for 2024, this NB and the previous NB, as well as they promised you to, so essentially. And in 2025, we can, or I can say that their spending and income was quite small. I'm missing the word, but that's why the reason why is the percentages are there. Is that their mandate was ended when 2025 was still going on. So when this ND came in, it was 2025, and they had to work within the budget that was partially used up. But the previous NB only used up 21% of the expenses budget and brought in only 15% of the expenses budget. And it is generally recommendable that they do not cross 50%. So their expenses, we can say they're nice because they're low. It would be nice if there was more income, because then the current NB theoretically would be expected to carry this, to bring this financial plan to life. So generally, this situation of having the mandate time and the budget time not aligned would always put negatively impact the coming NB. That's why this was changed. But this was their financial movements in consideration to the budget. So not more expenses than planned is the key takeaway. But coming back to the lacking inventory documentation. You might remember this list from the last NA, the NA in Dortmund. And what I've managed to find out or establish is that not everything from this list that we have from the treasurer to treasurers ago was actually bought. Or at least there is no proof of that in the bank movements. So we said that we were missing, for example, the Google Pixel Pro. It doesn't seem like it was ever bought. but I will say it is very hard to track such financial movements years later. So it's good that now we're up on track, and the next financial auditor will be looking at the financial movements from this mandate. But we managed, or the NB together with me, managed to find most of this equipment. The sports equipment was mostly in Mainz due to the National Erasmus Games. The IT equipment is mostly in that bag over there. We have 5 laptops, we had 2 phones, and we heard back from the previous IT manager, Saurabh, on the location of a list of things, especially another phone, that were left in ESN Konstan's office because this is his section. And from what I gathered, this is being returned to the NB. So it's good news on this. But the problem still is that there is no real list of the inventory, and that should be taken care of. However, our recommendation as AB was to the NB that they just count what they have and start from what they really know that they have, that you have, and work from there while we try to find all of these listed objects. It might be that some of them were never bought and we are not really able to find out because people that were in mandate 2.5 years ago already remember and they've been dismissed. So this is the situation with the inventory. It's generally much more positive than it seemed 3 months ago. And there was 4 main non-budget financial decisions. So as I said, if the NB wants to spend money on something that's not in the budget, they can do that, but they have to vote on it during an NB meeting preferably, or at least in a way that's documented. And the part of the Amsterdam trip, which I found out was a trip of the West sections, had its money flow through ESN Germany account. This is similar to the Hamburg trip. The reason for that is the sections normally in those situations paid the money to ESN Germany, and then ESN Germany made this big payment to whatever they were trying to purchase or book, like a hotel. And there was a loan for an LP in Koblenz, which was co-organized by Santo and Saurabh, so members of the NB. And there was spending on merchandise, which wasn't really budgeted for in the budget presented back then. However, I found board decisions on all of this. There was no board decision that I could find on funding the Lovers cruise in Amsterdam. But I've heard that this is just a mistake of theirs, that they did not document it, which should be avoided. Everything should be found in the documentation available to the financial auditor, and this is how much this cruise costs. However, there was matching inflows from sections, so I assume it is just a mistake of not accounting for it in the board decision minutes documentation. So, in summary, there's 3 general recommendations to the board. Track, as I mentioned a second ago, track your decisions on financial activities in a separate document to make it easier for the financial auditor. Track inventory to make it easier for both the financial auditor and yourselves. And track the percentage of used up budget to avoid overspending. And also help the financial auditor. But it's in your interest to not overspend, so tracking the budget should be an activity of yours. And that is everything. Thank you very much. Is there any questions? I said that the things, part of the inventory was found in Konstanz. That was wrong. I meant Koblenz. Sorry.
Are there questions to be expected?
Ramona, National Coordinator, you mentioned that you found most of the items of the inventory list, and for others you're not sure whether they are ever bought or not. Are there also items that are definitely bought but you couldn't find yet?
No, there were no such items, but generally it wasn't easy to track the purchases because it did not say on the invoices from, for example, Amazon what exactly was bought, and there was no statements attached to it. However, the purchases happened during not the NB that we're auditing, but the previous one. What happens if you don't dismiss an NB is that we can, for example, as ESN Germany, give them an invoice that they should pay if there is something missing. However, I personally think that it could lead to a lot of legal trouble and should be done only in consideration of large sums of money which are not missing but based on the inventory.
Are there more questions to be expected?
Christian, listen to me. So, if I read the numbers correctly, roughly 72,000 euros were made losses in 2024. Is there a reasoning that you could read from your auditing, given, and what is the consequences that we saw for each interview? Maybe that's a question mark right there. And also, did you see any attempts to account for the deficit in income?
Thank you.
Victoria AB. That is correct. In 2024, there was a loss made, and as you remember from the previous NAs, our financial situation was not good, and you're implying that this part of NV's mandate has contributed to the problematic financial situation and problems that we faced in 2025 is correct. I, off the top of my head, cannot tell you of any specific reasons as to why there was a loss made and of such a big difference. I will say that since this budget is yearly based and not mandate based, you always have the reimbursements for spray break happening late, and also sometimes the money for spray break coming late. So there is this time lag that happens between December, November, and January. However, I don't think that it explains this loss. I understand that there was less partnerships made and generally pitfalls, but as I was not there, I cannot say why exactly this happened. This is a question to that NP, I guess.
Alright, so hello, my name is Susanna and I'm from Prague, CCTU. And my question was towards the invoices that you mentioned that were in the past or during your currency and were wrongly done. There was no detailed information, or for example, there were double invoices. How is the way you can handle those matters?
Just to Victoria AB, to clarify, the invoices themselves were just invoices, they were not wrong. And we're also talking about the expenses, so the invoices that are in the accounting are not created by us in Germany, they're created by whoever we procure from. I don't remember mentioning double invoices. I don't think there were any. There were 2 invoices missing, but they were not double.
I'm sorry, you either have to make a comment or just leave it.
Then let me finish, you can make a comment after. But generally, the process that should be occurring, if there is not enough details on the invoices that we as ES in Germany have from someone, is there should be a comment by the treasurer in the accounting. That was not made. So that was missing, and through that it's hard to audit the financial decisions in this aspect, and if the money was, what exactly the money was spent on, especially in the inventory part, that was not properly taken care of. However, the inventory, that impacts that we see today were not done by the NB that we're talking about now, but the previous one, as the NB that we talk about now mostly did not procure any inventory other than the usual stickers and merch.
I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list closed. Thanks for the Q&A.
So with this knowledge of the financial audit and general information that you've heard about this ND, we can move on to the information that I can provide you with concerning the discharge of that national board. It's not dismissal, I was using the wrong word, sorry. Yeah, to remind you, these are the people that you will be voting on discharging for that mandate, so the 2024-2025 mandate. So with the example of Dirk, he will be discharged if you decide so for the time of this mandate, not for his current mandate. And I would like to give you as much information that we've got from auditing the board as I can. This time it is better than it was, we're in a better situation than in the previous discharges that I have as the financial audit in the past mandate helped with, because I was there where the decisions were happening, so my understanding of them is much better, and I hope many of you also remember this national board and remember how our network was doing back then. So we've got a recommendation on the discharge that you vote to discharge single members. So that is that you take a closer look at everyone, knowing what they've done during their time, and reading the accountability reports that were provided by them to us and by us shared with you, so in which they all list what they've done. I will remind you that in that mandate, ES in Germany lost the rights to vote at the General Assembly, and that the treasurer, Santo, had to be dismissed early because of his inability to properly manage our finances, which was impacting us badly at the moment and needed instant change. Here you've got the names of the members that provided us with accountability reports on time. So we are missing 2, 3, sorry. We are missing 3. I will not read out bullet points of the reports. It is in your task to read them to make an informed decision on the discharge. What are your options? You can discharge single members of the board, so you will be asked the question separately: do you discharge Teresa? Do you discharge Zirk? Do you, Dirk? Do you discharge Santo? And for each person, you can vote separately. Please take into account both the financial audit knowledge, but not just that. Talk to us if you need more information. And your other option is don't discharge the whole or single members of the board. And if you decide to do that, we as an association, we have 2 ways to act afterwards. We can follow up with legal consequences. So that was, firstly, that would be the mentioned putting an invoice if there is money missing. But that is not a legal consequence yet, or really legal consequences. However, as you can see from the comment of the DSAE, claims for damages by the association against board members is always associated with not inconsiderable uncertainties. So the reason why we recommend the first option is that we have not found grounds on which we would want to, or we would see needed to follow up with legal consequences. As you can see, you can also vote to not discharge the board, and then we as the association can decide to not follow up with consequences, with legal consequences. That would mean the board will stay not discharged, which would mean that if we notice that the financial decisions that we already know about, or general their activity in the board of our association that we know of, was negative to our association to an extent that actually results with us wanting to follow up with legal consequences, we leave that option open. So if you vote not to discharge, we can decide whether we want to follow up with legal consequences. If you vote to discharge, we can no longer press legal consequences after that for the things that we know about. That would be everything. These questions.
Other questions to be expected? I also want to add, for your information for the whole assembly, that we have invited the NB members of the last mandate to join. Some are in this room, some are in an online meeting room, and they are allowed to ask questions themselves. They can also comment like every other person that is in here. I just wanted to clarify.
Kolonia, National Coordinator, you mentioned that 3 accountability reports are missing right now. Still, you recommend to discharge those members. Could you please elaborate on your reason to ignore that fact? Because we as sections cannot take those reports into consideration. And if you took that fact into consideration into your recommendation, discharging the members.
Victoria AB, that is correct. 3 reports are missing. One was submitted to us late, very late, on the day before the National Assembly, which is why if you want to get it, you can reach out to the member who did that late. That is the event manager, Paula, who at least yesterday was here. I don't see her now, but you can approach her personally because she did prepare a report just so late that the NB together with the AB did not share it because we found that it's respectful, so it's sharing it this late. It is the obligation of the national board members, as of other members of the organs of our association, to provide accountability reports at the end of our mandates. This is an obligation that these 3 people failed to observe. This is why we have recommended to discharge single members of the board. You are free to decide who you discharge, but this is a clear missed obligation that they should have kept. That is a good point that you made.
I'm not sure, is there a comment? Also, so Lina from the NB is monitoring the meeting with the former NB, so they will send her voice messages that she will just play. So if it takes 30 seconds, then you know why. There's a comment.
Lena, National Board, on behalf of Nina, she mentioned that she sent her accountability report and she didn't see it on the slide. Since I was checking that, I couldn't check the slide, so I just want to double check if her accountability report was mentioned.
Take a look at the
Just a quick follow-up question. She did not send you a voice message?
No, not for that.
Victoria AB, Lena's name is on the list. So the 5 people that provided the accountability report, so kept their obligation, does include our then partnership manager, Nino.
Ramona, national coordinator, yesterday in the cash audit, you mentioned that around 315 euro could not be explained or were missing. I'm not completely sure about that. So you recommend to discharge the treasurer. Could you please elaborate on that? And if you took that into account, it's still 315 euro.
Victoria AB, I may have done the slide with the recommendation and just wrong. Our recommendation is not to discharge the people without accountability reports. That includes the treasurer. Even though he has actively responded to my questions, he did not explain this missing 300 euro. It is a sum of very small amounts, I will say that. So it's not like the 315 just one day disappeared from our account. It was mostly payments for things that appear multiple times, that are periodic, for example, for the IT server that we use, and since we have the invoice for every other payment and it's in the same height, the same number, it is then explained why the invoice is missing. However, we do not recommend to discharge the members that did not provide the accountability reports. That includes the treasurer.
Levi, ESM Potsdam, your statutory obligation as the AB is to give a clear and concise recommendation about the discharge of the old board. I feel like you didn't really fulfill that just by saying that the members should take a look at the accountability reports and make their own decisions. So can you please state which members should be discharged and which not, in your opinion, as AB?
Victoria AB, thank you for your point. I will say it could have been done better. So to clarify, again, we want to recommend that the following members are discharged, together with the financial audit and reading their accountability reports. We have decided that their actions as NB members were not negative to our association. We were not able to determine that for the other members of the NB.
I propose to close the speakers list. There's a notification.
Oliver is in Dortmund. You mentioned that Paula handed in her accountability report late, like this yesterday or something like that. Is that the only reason why you don't want to discharge her? Because she didn't keep the timeline, or do you you think are there also other reasons?
Victoria AB, good question. This is the main reason, as this is the obligation of national board members. The financial audit does not prove any wrongdoings by Paula, the event manager. However, the incomes of the events that the event manager takes care of as it's their primary responsibility were lower than budgeted for, which is what I mentioned during my presentation. So this is also the responsibility of this member, but also of the whole NB. But the main reason is not keeping the deadline of the accountability report. Thank you.
I propose to close the speakers list. Are there any objections? Okay, speakers list will be closed. And there's a comment.
Christian, yes, and to me, I also want to say that I agree with this reasoning. If you think about the fact that review needs time, and the later a report is handed in, the less possibility you have for review as the AB. So this is a sound reasoning in my eyes.
Another comment?
Just in Victoria AV, just to clarify that deadline was not disadvantaging the NB members. It was the 21st of January, so to give everyone, both us and the sections, time to properly accustom themselves with the accountability reports and ask questions to that NB member if they see fit. I would also quickly say that I, as the main audit, did the financial audit task, so if we had a financial audit, the quality would have been better.
Log ESN Hanover, during the financial audit you mentioned there's a deviation from the proposed budget income of 111,000 euro. Are there breakdown of these like small items? Why are there such a big deviation, and is anyone from the previous NBs accountable for that part and should not be discharged?
Victoria AB. The deviation that we're talking about is the difference between the planned income and the actual income in 2024. That is partially influenced by the previous NB, so the one we're talking about. However, a such list can be provided if you want that. There is none available in the slides. It is the big difference between the planned income and the actual income that, for example, took place during Rhine Rhapsody, that did not bring in as much money as expected and generally did not perform as well, but that was, again, the previous NB's time. And the Sprayberry also did not bring in as much money as expected, so it's just mostly the sales of the tickets, to which I would say that no specific NB member can be held accountable to it, and it's a deviation from what the previous treasurer had foreseen for 2024, and they were just, as it seems, wrong. So the goal of the NB is to fit that budget, so fill the income and fit the expenses, but I would say that when we look at the income and expenses in 2024, they match this difference, so they're both lower than expected.
Thank you for the presentation and for the Q&A. We will have a closed session where we, thank you everyone. We will continue with an update of our candidate section. Thank you. There was a proposal to change the agenda.
Oliver is in Dortmund. We would like to make the proposal to postpone the voting of the amendment for the open calls until tomorrow morning, to do it directly before we vote on the proposal itself.
Are there any objections to this change? Okay, then I will change.
Morning everyone. Morning everyone. Fellas from ES Aachen candidate section. So I will be starting the presentation, the update presentation for ES Aachen candidate section. So this is basically a snippet of one of our event. These are some of the participants of Maastricht City Tour with some of our members. You can see the highlighted people in the highlights. So this is a brief overview of how we started when we were present at the last NA in Dortmund. And on the right hand side you can see where we are right now. So we have increased our board members' strength by 2 more new members. One of them is Lila, who is here with us today, and Thomas. And we have also increased our social media presence significantly, from 12 followers to more than 150 right now. So it has to be updated. And we are having our events weekly now. And finally we have our mascot, Sir Adam Klenkus. Some of you might know the backstory about it, and if some of you are curious, you can reach out to us during the break and we will be happy to share it. So a brief overview of the board member, Victoria, our president. Unfortunately she cannot be here with us today. Then me, the vice president, then our treasurer Shiki, then event manager Aditya, and communication manager Leela. And currently we don't have any partnership manager, but soon we will be starting the recruitment in the next semester, and hopefully by the next NA we'll be having a partnership manager as well. And this is our board support, Zita, our education officer, and Thomas, our secretary. And we also have a vice communication manager, which is currently unoccupied, and hopefully by the next NA we will have someone. So this is what we promised during the last NA and how we are right now. So we promised that we will be having regular events, and we are doing it, and thankfully, but due to our work, we have a regular participation of more than 30 people in every event. And the second one was we were going to be registered with the university, and we are. We did that. We found a patron from the university, and we finally got registered a few months back with the university. And then we were supposed to get a university related email address, so this has to be updated. As of now, we have an email address with the university, and also the website is in progress. The next one was to register as an e-file. So that's something we have done from our end, but the finance amt, the bureaucratic struggles are there. So we are still to hear from them. It's been 2 months. We are going back and forth with them, and hopefully by the end of Feb, we will be registered as an e-file, and we will be also done with the bank accounts. The next was to apply for the fundings, and yes, we have. Back in NA, we were in debt. Okay, so I will quickly go through it. We have to do it quick. So we have fundings. We have enhanced receipt funding. We were thankful for the alumni. They gave us a credit as well, and we also have live funding. And shout out to Stuttgart and Hamburg for helping us with the live and become an ESN section. So it's all up to you. So I will switch over to Viva.
Yeah, so we did a lot of section collaboration with ESN Maastricht, ESN Siegen, ESN Bonn, so also outside of Germany, and ESN Bochum, and they went all great, and we are happy to make more collaboration with people in the future. Also, we do participate in a lot of international events. For example, I was at Spring Break as well, and we also participated in hikes and other things and local platforms. And also, I am part of the Koln now, like as a candidate member, and also our president is as well. So we are very active also on an international level. And now we are here with 4 members. And these are some of our past events, which is also seen on our Instagram. I'm doing it now. Hopefully, it's pretty and you guys like it, and we are happy to gain more followers.
So regarding funding, I'll be really quick. We finally got some more money, especially from the alumni credit, shout out, and we got enhanced funding for enhanced universities. Also lay funding pre-approved for future events, at least 1,000. We need to figure out what we're going to do with it still. We will have a big event with the enhanced funding. It will be toward the beginning of the next semester, and also we'll be in the introduction week. So with that event in the intro week from the RWTH Aachen. Yeah, and regarding that, some more future events. We'll have a study together session with students from Erasmus, especially. Some visit to the Aachener Zoo, some native tip, and yeah, the big event is going to be called A Night Around the World. So you'll find out more about it in our Instagram, so please follow us. Yeah, well, our goals. Like the biggest goal would be to become an ESN section, full-fledged ESN section, so please vote for us. Yeah, we can talk about it later.
Next up is the application for the summer in AOC. Please come to the front.
Hi everyone, we're in Rostock and here's in Halle, and we're applying to host the summer in Rostock at the beach. The important information would be from the 8th to the 11th of May, and yes, we know that is Friday to Monday, but it is impossible to find accommodation for the night from Thursday to Friday, so we already talked to the National Board and the Audit Board, and it would be possible to move the plenaries from Friday afternoon to Sunday evening. And who can take the Monday off is free to leave on Sunday evening, and who wants to stay a night more and yeah, enjoy the beach, we would try to make it possible. The estimated prices right now are 140 for 3 nights and 110 for 2 nights, but that's still up to be decided. And the venue would be like, yeah, we talk about the accommodation later, but the venue would be like in the city center or like the student district at our like main campus, the Ulm campus. And we have a big room for like 150 people for the plenaries and about 7 seminar rooms that we could use, and all of them are like accessible by an elevator.
Yes, so according to accommodation, you will be staying in the Jugendherberge in Warnemünde. So as you see on the picture, it's directly at the beach. So I think that's a big plus point for everyone. There would be the possibility to have 130 beds. There are also wheelchair-friendly rooms. Wi-Fi is also included, and the breakfast will be there at the Jugendherberge, so you don't have to worry to get somewhere in the early morning. Since Warnemünde is obviously not in Rostock, you will need to take the S-Bahn to the campus, which will take 30 minutes, but it's super easy, and the S-Bahn also runs through the whole night, so we will get back after the night program as well.
Yes, speaking of programs, we also have some ideas for the social program. We would do a regional dinner on Friday, followed by a movie party. You will see what exactly that is if we get it. And then alternative program, depending on the weather, probably at the beach, with some games and stuff. And then Saturday we would cooperate with the HMT, the Hochschule for Music and Drama, and host a lovely gala night in their very beautiful building. We have game night there for now as well, but the alternative program will be discussed further and probably changed. Yes, so the program for Sunday will also need to be decided. And then on Monday we will offer you a city tour. We have a lovely guide who has done it many times for our internationals as well. And yes, and we think that some of the party programs might include an additional fee.
Okay, hello. Also on behalf of ESN Halle, very warm greetings. So a quick comment on our, greetings from ESN Halle, and a quick comment on our collaboration. So ESN Rostock approached us and asked if we want to help organize and execute the next NA. And after discussing how we can contribute, we decided to give it a go. And we would help out on the weekend a lot with helpers, but we also tried to find some tasks that we can do remotely. And now I can present the current OC proposition to you. We have Chiara, Niels, Laura, Rika, Sartak, Sid, Weich, and Till from ESN Rostock, and we have Jonas, that's me, Georg, and Jura, Helen, and Ivan from ESN Halle.
Yeah, so Dana and I will be heading the proposed OCSNs, and of course feel free to ask any questions later on if there's still any questions left.
Thank you. Let's move to the Q&A. The first question is by me, Chiara Major. You said that people can leave after Sunday night if needed, so it sounded like Monday is kind of optional. But since the voting is usually on the last day of the NA, and it's also our elective NA, I just wanted to know what you have planned on or how you would have planned on providing the time and logistics of the voting on the last day, and how to ensure people are actually there for it.
Yeah, hi, it's in Rostock. That's what I meant when we talked to the national board and the audit board. We would do it the NA longer on Sunday, probably till like 6 p.m.-ish, so that there's still time to do all the votings. And then the official NA end would be Sunday at like 6 p.m. and the Monday is basically what on other NAs the Thursday is, if that makes sense.
There's a comment?
Anna and me. We check the train connections from Rostock to multiple places going to Germany, see when the last sufficient train connections leave, and then work together with you and the chairing team to structure the agenda in a way that makes it possible for as many vote delegates as possible to be there as long as possible and to check when the last viable train connections will leave to the different parts of Germany, because we know that Rostock is very far in the north.
I'm not sure, was there another comment? Also, I'd just like to take 2 seconds to point out that, as you can see, there is also always appreciation, so you can also submit appreciations in the GA.
Tom is in Switzerland. As the accommodation is 30 minutes away from the program, and the timetable is usually very packed, as we can see here as well. How will that distance impact the time schedule and of the plenaries and getting to the social program? Have you thought of that?
Yes, Niels is in Rostock. Yes, we thought about that, and that will be considered. I think we will find a very nice way around, because some of the social program can also take part in Warnemünde at the beach. So after the plenaries, you go back to your accommodation and then walk like 100 meters to the beach.
There is a comment here at the front.
Anna and me. Regarding ES in Germany, National Assembly standards, 30 minutes of travel time with a reliable S-Bahn connection that goes throughout the whole night is not uncommon, and actually, compared to some other National Assemblies we've had in the past, this is a very doable time, which should influence our schedule. What I'm trying to say is that we're used to working with a travel time of 30 to 50 minutes.
There was another comment covered.
Oliver is in Dortmund. You put the gala night on Saturday, but like normally it's one of the biggest events and for social program events. So, and this should maybe be at the end so people can enjoy it more. Especially like since on Monday you just travel home, so maybe think about moving it to Sunday evening, especially after like the elections.
Yara is in Rostock. We decided not to do it on Sunday because we noted that a lot of people who have work can't take the Monday off that easily, and we want to give everyone who needs to the option to leave Sunday evening after the plenaries and the votings without missing out on such a cool part of the social program. So we would rather do it Saturday when everyone is still present.
Are there more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Speakers list will be closed. Can you raise your hand?
Julia, ESF Berlin, and my question is to the alternative program. As we see in the NA of Köln, we have a really good alternative program that was nice to have, except from the board game nights that are like the usual. Do you plan to maybe change the alternative program from just board games to something else, or do you have an idea for that?
Laura is in Rostock. Yes, there is definitely plans to possibly change it, especially for at least one of the evenings. We haven't had that much time yet to fully plan everything, so they're mostly in there as placeholders at the moment, but we will look for different things and yeah, definitely take also inspiration from the alternative program here in Koln.
There is a comment.
Jana is in Rostock, like current ideas that we just, because we didn't have the space on the slide, thought about were like beach volleyball, or we could also rent stuff for like bonfires, like for making Stockpot and stuff from the Jugendherberge. So that would be like cool, like good weather options. For bad weather options, we have not thought about it that much. Maybe we could also do like a canvas painting thing, because we still have the stuff at our office, but yeah, that's all still to be decided, but we definitely thought about more than just a game night. It was really a placeholder.
Oliver is in Dortmund. This question maybe also goes more to the CT or NB, since, as already pointed out, it's an elective NA, so we have all the presentations of the candidates, and I think it's also crucial that you have some time to discuss them internally, so you probably need at least one night, so all of them needs to be on Saturday. That would mean quite a very packed Saturday. I know. Could you please comment on that?
Olive, can you just not, did you ask the question to the CT or the MB? We can maybe share the 1.5 minutes. Chiara, main chair. All the presentations of the candidates should be the day before the voting. So yes, they should have, if the voting is Sunday, and then they should be completed by Saturday night.
Anna and B. The National Assembly is also supposed to start on Friday afternoon, so technically there would also be the possibility to already have some presentations on that Friday.
A comment?
National Board. I don't know if you remember my election, but I was also asked to present on Friday because of time issues, and that worked good in my case. So that definitely is a possibility if there's time restrictions, so it is manageable because it happened to me, just as a note.
There is a comment.
Christian is into me. If I remember correctly, that also happened in the situation where we started on Friday morning with an A, right?
Sorry, I see a hand, but yeah. All right.
Julia is in Berlin, and in the presentation, no partnership was mentioned at all. Are you planning to have cooperations, partnerships going on? And can you give maybe a quick insight as well from the perspective as partnership manager of ESN Germany? I'm interested just to know if anything you have in mind.
Yes, there's definitely. Niels is in Rostock. There's definitely a plan to implement partnerships, but since we had to do all the planning now very fast, and it's not yet official that it will be in Rostock, We did only compile a list of potential partners and did not contact a lot yet. So that's why we excluded it in this presentation. Yeah, some examples would be we will ask, for example, AIDA if they want to partner with us, or just the usual Techniker Krankenkasse, maybe Edeka, and a lot more that are local in Rostock.
Johannes is in Köln. It was also partly answered, but you said that the NA would start on Friday in the afternoon, so the arrival day would also be the Friday then, or the Thursday already?
Jana is in Rostock. Yes, the arrival day would be Friday. The plenaries would start somewhere in the afternoon, and so that everybody can just take a train in the morning and arrive in Rostock. Because, yeah, Thursday, obviously you're free to arrive on Thursday, but we can't organize accommodation for the night from Thursday to Friday. So that's why the official arrival day would be Friday.
Luis from ESMSA. Do you have any other funding or grants you could apply to or are thinking about so you could make the fee a little bit cheaper, apart from partners? Thank you.
Jana is in Rostock. Yes, we want to ask the alumni for money, we want to ask our international office, our ASTA. Then there's some fundings for like volunteering in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern that we could apply to. Yeah, we have to look more into it in detail, but we have good contacts because Rostock hosted the Leihjahrestreffen in 2019, and luckily someone that was in the OC of that is still active in our section. So yeah, we're going to talk to him a lot, and he knows which grants we could apply to.
Okay, thanks for the presentation on the Q&A. Oh, there's a comment. I didn't see so. Again, the reminder to like really raise your hands, especially in the back. I see you.
Just to add on, Julia is in Berlin. Does it mean that the fee for the participation could be lowered, or does it mean that the participation fee will stay like the same with the grants mentioned and the partnerships and everything?
Jana is in Rostock. It depends on the grants. Like we calculated with some sponsoring and grants already, the current prices, but depending on how much sponsoring we can get, it could get potentially lower.
There is a comment here in the front.
National Board, I just want to make aware of the fact that, especially in the application process, the fixed application fees or the registration fee is not always available because of additional funding, yada yada yada. It is expected from the sections to present kind of the highest maximum, so the worst case scenario so it is most likely to drop a little bit, but they can't give you a direct answer now, and I think that's quite normal for most applications.
There are two more comments. I saw Louis first.
Louis from ESMSA, also on this topic. you said it could get lower, and that you did the calculations for the budget already accounting with some grants. Will all these grants be most probably granted, or is there still a possibility that then you will get one and then will the fee become more expensive?
Yara is in Rostock. Worst case, like the one that we presented here is the one that we assume is like most likely-ish. We have put the worst case in our like application template. It could also go up a bit, but it will definitely stay below the mark of 150. We calculated with like an amount of grants that we think is likely. Like we took the amounts that we had at the Jahrestreffen and didn't go with like the maximum, but lowered it a bit. So yeah, but obviously if everyone now doesn't really have money, it could be that we get less grants than estimated, and it could go a bit up.
Another comment?
Yes, and to me, I would argue that even though it is a very relevant discussion, the price is not the only thing we should discuss about, and I feel like it has shifted to this discussion a lot, and we should also consider other concerns that have been raised before, for example, travel times, the schedule in general, and this might be a too strong focus on the price itself.
Okay, thanks for the Q&A. Okay, so next in the agenda is the regional time, which means that you will go in your region and then the regional coordinators will just provide the space to talk about whatever they have prepared. After the regional time will be the lunch break. Please be back at 14:25, and like really, I would kindly ask you to be here and be in your seats by 14:25, because we're already quite a lot behind the schedule, and I think we all would prefer to have some time for the social program tonight. Before we go into the regional time, I have one quick information. So after the regional time, before lunch, ESN Denkdorf, ESN Koblenz, and ESN Kaiserslautern can still pick up the ESN cards from yesterday from Nikki. She will most likely be here at the front of the table again. So the 3 sections, please pick up your ESN cards after regional time, before lunch. This is where all the regions go. So, quick information, if you don't know, room 2 is the plenary room, and then all the other ones are on this level. There is, I think I know what you want to say. All international guests and, of course, interested organizations can join the region that they either would belong to or is closest to their NO. So you can just look at this map of Germany, think of where is your country, and think what is closest to my section or NO, and join that regional time. Hello back, everyone. I hope you had a very good regional time and lunch. We will dive right in and continue with the next point in the agenda, which is the audit board application for the legal auditor. Hi everyone, my name is Charlie/Charlotte. You have seen me before, but this is my official application as legal auditor. Currently, I'm only appointed legal auditor. My mandate will end tomorrow, unless I get elected permanently as legal auditor, which is up to you. A quick introduction. I was born a very long time ago in Rosenheim, Germany, which is very south of Bavaria in the mountains. And when I was 6 years old, I moved to the Netherlands, so I'm essentially somewhat Dutch and somewhat German, and I speak Dutch. Come speak Dutch to me, I really like to speak Dutch. I studied public governance and public law in the Netherlands, and also journalism. I did a bit of journalism as well. And I moved in 2021 to Dresden to pursue a master's degree there, and I graduated last April. So unfortunately, now I'm a grown-up, I'm an adult, and I have a full-time job. And I decided once again to move away from Dresden, and now I live back in Rosenheim, so now I live in Bavaria again. And now I work for the government of Upper Bavaria, so Regierung of Oberbayern. So yes, Marco Söder is somehow also my boss, but I have nothing to do with him. So. Yeah, so onto my ESN career, what have I been up to until this point? First and foremost, I've been a member, or I am still officially a member because they have not thrown me out yet. I'm a member of ESN2 Dresden since May of 2022. I was elected president, local president of the section in July of 2022. Yes, only 2 months into my membership, I became local president. That's a steep career, I'm aware. The picture over there is the then board. You can see me with short hair. I like to change my hair quite often. I was also local representative in 2024 of our section, and all the time I've been in the party team. We did a lot of parties, and also sometimes social media. I'm not good at social media, but it was still a lot of fun. I was also, because I had a steep career and I was, I guess, valued for my knowledge, I was the unofficial audit board of the section, together with some other people. We did not officially have an audit board, and I did bring proof. I brought my old member's badge, and it says secret audit board. That was always me. All right, beyond some other things, I was a member of the audit team of ESN Germany. Yes, this existed at some point in time. From 2023 until last January, I had to quit because of scheduling issues. I'm an alumni of ESN Germany also since 2023 and appointed legal auditor since last December. Picture is me for the first time representing the alumni at the NA in Frankfurt. This is my 7th NA, I counted, which is insane. My very first NA was the last NA in Koln. You can also see a picture of me, which was also carnival themed, so how creative. No judgment. I've been to 2 LPs in Dresden and Berlin. I've been to 3 spree breaks, Rhine Rhapsody, and the last EGM Ancona, so you could have seen my face before, or you didn't. So, question, why legal auditor of ESN Germany? As I said before, I'm no longer a student. I'm now full-time employed, and I kind of realized that I still want to contribute to ESN, but it just no longer feels authentic to do this on a local level. No offense to the Munich people, they're very lovely, but it just doesn't really feel like something I want to do anymore. And I had the absolute privilege, or the opportunity, of the so-called Probezeit. I had a free trial, basically the last 2.5 months, trying out this legal auditor thing and see if I liked it. If I would not have liked it, I would not be standing here, so I guess.
I realized that I can still combine the full-time work that I'm doing and also volunteer and, I don't know, contribute to the network that gave back to me so much. And also, somebody has to do it, so that's me. So why would you vote for me? I have quite some knowledge about ESN. As you can see, I'm pretty experienced when it comes to local ESN stuff. I'm still motivated, and I studied something with law. I really want to emphasize this. I'm not a lawyer. I did not do any Staatsexamen. So I can very much relate to anybody who says that they don't like law, because same, low-key same. But I do know how to work with it, so that's that. And also somebody has to do it. What can you expect from me? I would really like to increase the visibility of the AB. I feel that some people don't really know how to reach us or when to reach us or how we can help them. Please contact us. We really would love to help you with any problems that you have. I would like to have an audit team again because I really love being part of the audit team and it's just no longer a thing that is happening right now. And I have the mentality of we'll figure it out together. I'm not some kind of all-knowing, all above everybody else, but I want to figure things out with you. I'm probably the most compelling argument. You know, we already don't have a financial auditor, so if we don't have a second legal auditor, this might happen. So please don't do this to Victoria and Martin. That's it. Eyes. The most dreaded part of questions.
Are there questions to be expected? Yes? A reminder again, you can also submit appreciations. So if you're sitting and you don't know what to do,
Okay. Hi, Charlotte. Yes, I'm William. First, thanks, Charlie, for your presentation. As you already said that you had kind of like a trial period, I wanted to ask you your full-time working now. So how did it feel to combine this, and do you see that there might be some issues, some time issues, because of full-time work?
Thank you, Charlie AB. Great question. This definitely was a problem, or I thought it was going to be a bigger problem, especially at the beginning, because when you switch from being a student to a full-time employer, or employed, that's a big shift in life, and you will be exhausted after a 40-hour work week. But I actually found out that I still have some free time, and I would actually really like to not just spend my time working and thinking about the, professional side of life. I would also like to contribute to the network, and I still have a lot of time because luckily a lot of AV stuff can happen at night and does not need to be like at 10 in the morning. So as long as it's not 10 in the morning, we will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Pavles and Jena, first of all, thank you very, very much for your application. Congratulations on your application. Can you just tell us why you're applying now and why you didn't do it during the elections, the previous elections?
Charlie, thank you so much for that question. The last National Assembly was in October. I, at that point, was only employed full-time for a few months, and I didn't know how this was going to pan out. So I took these 2 months to figure out if this would work, first of all, because committing to a position for 1 year from the start just didn't feel safe at that point.
Are there more questions to be expected? I saw some hands. Did you raise your hand in the back? I don't think so. Okay. Then I would propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list closed. Thanks for the Q&A. Okay, since the next presenter is not in the room right now, I would propose to change the agenda and move the point national training event to now. Are there any objections to this change? Okay.
Yes, as we also mentioned in the training strategy, we are planning a skills and employability training event for this year, which will happen in May. As it was requested by you in the section questionnaires to have more training on skills and employability. We'd like to organize a whole training event for that. It's shorter than the usual training days, only 1 weekend, Friday as an arrival day, and then the main part of the event on Saturday and Sunday. And it will take place on the first weekend of May from 1st to 3rd in Augsburg. Because the first training events were mostly in the north last year, so we'd like to rotate these events in Germany, so going to the south this time. And we could be in the KHG in Augsburg, who was there at the Southeast Alpi, already know it. It's a really nice venue because we can spend the whole time there and sleep also in the KHG and have the sessions there. So, it's a really convenient location, and we would aim for 25 participants, but since we can sleep in the KHG, it's very flexible, and if there's more interest, then maybe we could even host more people. And more about the program.
Yes, so basically the idea is to have 2 different tracks. The first track should focus more on the employability part, with like some sessions focused on how do I even feel about transition from being a student/volunteer to being a full-time working person, how you can emphasize your volunteer commitment in your CV, how it can help you probably to find a job even, because we all know that at the moment it might be a bit tricky to find a job. And we also had the amazing idea to collaborate with our lovely alumni network, because we do have alumni and they do more than just financially supporting us. So we also already reached out to the alumni and invited some of them to basically come for a networking part, telling them all of their experience, and we already received free lovely information from some alumni that they would be interested in joining, sharing their experience from how it was for them to become a full-time working person, how maybe ESN helped, etc. So we think that's a really, really great opportunity to also learn from those who already did that. And the second part should be like a second track based more on skills regarding project management. The idea is basically to have it like a hackathon style type session, so the sessions won't be the same as the first session, the first track. And the idea is that we come together in smaller groups, like probably randomly mixed, or like depending on the ideas you bring, you will develop your own ESN projects. We would like them to focus on the causes, so we can also think about more how we can implement the causes in cool projects that we can probably make happen together as like a network. And there will be like a short mix of input sessions, shorter than the first track basically, like for example 45 minutes input on how to design a timeline, how to stick with your plan, how do you overcome challenges, etc. And then you will actively work in a team with the input you just got to develop your projects further. And on the last day, we would like to have a pitch day where you're going to present your projects and the other track will join to evaluate and ask questions about your project development.
And we are also planning to cooperate with neighboring NOs. We will contact NOs that are close by, for example, ESN Switzerland and Austria. And if you have any questions, reach out to us in the break or write us a text email.
Thank you, please John. Mark that in your calendar.
Thank you for the presentation. Let me find where we left. Next point on the agenda is the application for the conciliation committee.
So first of all, I'm very sorry that I missed the original time slot because I was in a heated debate with Philip outside. I'll make this very quick. I personally, or the last days, especially today and yesterday, I found very harsh words of criticism regarding the election process. You probably understood from that I'm not only a law student, but also very highly focused on democracy. And I personally feel weird or would see myself as a hypocrite when I've been talking so much about democratic values and now put myself to an election, which in case you accept me, would enable me to choose two people that are to my liking to fulfill the positions until another election is possible. So therefore I decided to withdraw my application until a full democratic election of the CC is possible. I also would like to use the quick chance to inform you all about the consequences. As at the last NA in Dortmund, we voted on the CC and abolished the COC team starting from the 15th of March. This will basically render ESN Germany incapable to deal with any COC incidents until a CC is properly elected. I'm very sorry for this. I see it partially as my fault because I did not account for this case when I wrote the changes for the CC, but also have to say that I'm unhappy with the way how the open call fulfilled, and the last days have been
very many developments regarding the CC, which basically would put me at the end, or at least put me in a situation where I would feel like I'm mainly compensating for mistakes of other people, and I don't want to do that. Thank you. I will not answer questions publicly. If you want to speak to me, just come or write me a message on Slack.
Thank you, Vivi. I would once again propose to change the agenda and just move, because the next thing in the agenda would be an energizer. Or actually, let me think about this. Maybe an energizer would be nice. What do you think? Okay. We hope you have it stuck in your ear for tonight when you want to sleep. And now on to the next. Oh, of course. Please, reminder. Drink some water.
Drink more water.
And on to the next presentation.
Schleich.
Let's go.
Yes, so I'm sitting here together with Charlotte and Sarah from the US office, because after we now complete the US office, we're working on kind of like the first big project of ES in Germany, which will be postcard to your member of the European Parliament or of the member of the Bundestag. And what is like the context? So last NA in Dortmund, I told you that right now there are big discussions, negotiations in the European bubble. So the European Commission submitted a proposal how the next 7 years, started in 2028, the financial framework of the EU will look like. And this is really important for us because the Erasmus Plus is also in this budget. So there is one part of the budget which then is only for Erasmus Plus projects, so for mobility, international mobility, and also cooperation between universities. And last time I informed you, and now we would like to kind of use our voice, raise our voice for the future of Erasmus, because Erasmus is the future, or future is Erasmus, as also Stefan Geis told us today. And I would like to briefly just explain you the phase, really short. We'll start in the beginning, July 2025. Before that, there were plenty of chances where we also can give feedback actually to the Commission directly, and they take it into account, and they suggested 40.8 billion euro for Erasmus Plus, which sounds a lot, which is great, but as I told you last time, this is actually not enough and not a lot, because inflation, living costs, everything is getting more expensive. This means the numbers of students who go on mobility would be less or the same. And then we have different phases. So as you can see, hopefully, I think in the back map, so the first green dot we checked up is the proposal by the Commission. Then there is a decision by the Parliament from the Budget Committee, a letter from Ursula as well on the budget. Then our plenty debates on the MFF. And then we go further. There's the chance from the European Council, for example, also debate on the MFF. And then from the 1st of January, there's the new Council presidency of Cyprus. And there we are right now. So the red circle, we are there. And 2 weeks ago, when I was in Brussels, and as I said, I talked with somebody from the European Parliament, actually an assistant from a member of the European Parliament, and they said that probably the European Parliament, so there's a committee which is only dealing with budget, will propose 50 billion, which is already great, but not enough. And here, Charlotte takes over.
I'm taking over, yes. First of all, I wanted to make sure that we all know a bit what basically the higher education sector stands for. So basically telling you our claims. The higher education sector, this is basically, it was a shared statement of 17 organizations, which is also ESN, like we were part of this, but also, for example, the DAAD, so our national agency, and a lot of other associations. And together, basically, we want to raise the budget to at least 60 billion or best 80 billion, reasons being as follows. So basically, there's, of course, the huge positive impact of having a properly funded Erasmus Plus program. Basically, Erasmus Plus is one of the EU's most cost-effective instruments, and the last decades have shown that. And the program is highly measurable and has many impacts on different levels. So I'm not going to go through all of them in detail, but you can see the social impact, the economic advantages of the member states, and also the advantages of the EU at large. So, for example, the program has basically it directly enables civic engagement, social cohesion, and democratic resilience under the students, and therefore also, of course, in society at large. And this also means it fosters people like us, I'm just going to say like us, highly skilled, mobile and adaptive to the workforce. And also this would answer a lot of questions for the labor market needs and support of employability for the future. And also, of course, on an EU level, it deepens the European integration, global outreach, institutional cooperation, and so on and so forth. And this is really important because you can really see like the effects that Erasmus Plus and mobility of students have. You can actually measure this, you can see this, so you can see the the advantages of a properly funded Erasmus Plus program in numbers, actually. And then I also have a second slide to show you what it means if we don't have a properly funded Erasmus Plus, which we would have if we have just 40.8 billion euros. That basically Europe would, the EU would shoot themselves in the foot, because actually if there's an underinvestment in education, it undermines the EU's own values actually, and also the political objectives. Because if you consider inflation and rising of costs, the current program could barely be maintained, and if you consider the costs, there is basically no additional funding space for new challenges, ambitions, or integration of the European Solidarity Corps. Should I give it? Okay. And yeah, basically also the struggles that we tried to better with the last program. For example, we had more on inclusivity and sustainability and talent attraction, and this could not be forwarded into the next program with the badly funded Erasmus Plus. Yes.
Okay. So in practice, what can we all do? Is to raise our voice and actually shape the negotiations that is actually happening this year for the next multi-annual financial framework. So asking for the allocation of a higher budget for the Erasmus Plus program, as we said. So the actual goal would be to reach out to the member of the European Parliament, so the members of the region your section is belonging, and also to the crucial members of the German Bundestag as well. So as we said, the idea behind the project is actually to have a say in the negotiations of the next multi-annual financial framework for the years 2028 to the 2034. And actually, so the way we want to do it is sending postcards to the members of the European Parliament and corresponding to your region in Germany. So the content of these postcards would be the claims about the Erasmus Plus program, together with some actual stories of students. So the way it actually changes students, and so stories that would be a support to the claims we just said.
Yes, that's basically it. So you can contribute, we have a nice idea, and we hope that you as sections can send the postcards. So just time frame, we start in January, big discussion, now in Cologne we want to present you the idea, and now we would like to implement also your feedback now from the Q&A, and then the main action after also discussing it with the DAD, and like coordinating us with the partners, is to write these postcards, or you write the postcards also with your Erasmus in March, and then sometimes in 2026 we would like to then focus from the EU bubble on the German bubble, so the Bundestag, so the German Council.
I mean, I guess we have to be finished, but we will support you. Yes.
Benjamin, National Coordinator. So the decisions made in Brussels about Erasmus Plus and the funding sometimes feel very far away. How do you think badly funded Erasmus Plus can impact local sections in their work? Or how can we benefit from well-funded programs?
Philip, National Board, I will go first, and then I will give the microphone to Charlotte or Sarah. So basically, yeah, it looks really far away, but when you think about it, if we have less money for Erasmus Plus, that also means we have less international students, less Erasmus students, which kind of like is the core what we're doing, what we try to do. So our main mission is not really possible to achieve, to help international students and make a change in society. So yeah, we kind of like really need in this way the Erasmus Plus to keep going on with our events. And the other thing is that, of course, when there's more money for Erasmus Plus, often there's also plans for us, or for even international, to apply for grants, which then also benefits you, because you can then apply for micro grants, which is similar to the live funding, so to fund your activities.
Charlotte, yes, in Berlin. So, be in the office, whatever. So basically, yes, of course, it not directly, well, if you see it money-wise, of course, it's like the funds, maybe that would be a bit less. But actually, I think the most important part about this is that this is the voice that we can have as ESN, as a network, that we should use more often. Well, we do use it a lot of times, but I think this is one of the projects where you can really see the impact that this network, this lovely network, can have on actual political decisions. Yes.
This from Mesa. Would it also be possible and beneficial or fruitful to send postcards to the media, maybe like write an article, do a press release, send it to several newspapers? And in such a case, I will also recommend, in case you didn't know, to contact ESN Spain, because they did this project called Co-Founding Observatory for like 4 years, and it's going really, really great.
Charlotte, here in the office. I would love to answer to this because this is actually a task that I'm working on right now. To write actually a media strategy for us, for the national level, but also the sections themselves. How to approach media with these claims, and also how to make media be more interested in the things that we actually do. So yes, this is on our plate, and we're thinking about this, how to get this into traditional media, because if we are honest, the people that give us the money and the people that make the decisions sometimes are more keen to believe things when they're in the traditional media still. We have a great social media strategy, working really, really great, but sometimes you also need to reach out to traditional media, so this is something that we're working on right now.
Christian, ESN Kiel, you all had mentioned that the better or best case scenario is essentially a 50% or 100% increase on the funding already allotted by EU people like us. Where are these numbers coming from? What are these estimates based on? I think concrete evidence is better talking points for politicians. So if you all could expand upon that, so we have something to tell our international if and when we write these letters, that would be awesome.
Philip, National President. I cannot give you right now like the full answers, but what I can say, I can give you all the materials and all the publications ESN has, as well as the DAAD, which also then refers to actually scientific data, why it matters, as Charlotte said, for either the EU country to have more Erasmus students, so the impact on the economy, as well as for the students. Has basically scientific background, so it's not arguments or ideas which just fall out of the air, but no, they're actually evidence-based.
Yes, Charlotte, liaison office, they actually, like, there is of course a reasoning for like every euro that is in this intended budget, but also in the claim that we have, and actually just something that I wanted to add to this is, I just forgot it. Oh my god, what did I want to say? Oh my god! I had a point, but I forgot it. Yeah, I don't know. I forgot it. I'm sorry. What? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Damn.
Are there more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list will be closed.
I will give you the answer later if
Hi, I'm Marco from ESN. I think it's a very, very nice proposal, but even if Germany has the highest specific weight in the European Parliament, I think it would be very important to include all the other EU members, because if it comes only from Germany, it's not as effective as all the 27 European states that cooperate for this reason. So I think we would need to extend this initiative.
Philip, National Board. Yes, really important point, really important topic. This is something I guess also the next question is focusing on. What we did, we already, it was really short in timeline, talked about this in the education community calls with the other national organizations to share the idea. In the end, I think when we're talking about to do it in Germany, it's more efficient because most often the politicians or the member of the European Parliament kind of like, it feels like they are more open to discuss with German people in German about topics. Yeah, well, listen, sorry. Yeah, so basically it feels that when you're a German speaker and then you approach the German to members of the European Parliament who are from Germany, there's a more chance that you actually can hopefully influence their opinion in the end. But yeah, it's important to also include the other EU countries.
I just wanted to add that the decision, Charlotte, liaison office, that the decision is made in like multiple steps, and also the German, the German politicians, they do have a point where they have to vote for it, German politicians themselves. So it's very, very important to get them on board, and we are there for that. Yes. I remember my answer there.
Here,
wanted to, like, it's a must cover, but we want to also propose this initiative just to all what we know, like in Italy, I think we could work to, or also directly to the section, like sending a mail saying, hey, we do this, and do you want to join them? So.
Sarah's office. So yeah, like we are sharing the idea with the Educom call, so like with the other NOs as well. And yeah, it's definitely a good idea to spread the idea more, and so that like other NOs will also contribute to it.
And I also want to add that, Charlotte, he has an office, I'm very sorry. And I also want to add that, of course, the Educom is for us the most important community, but also connected to the media strategy. We did like reach out, and Comcom is actually also interested in getting more information about the media strategy. So I will be in a Comcom call and talk about how to approach media also to the international community. So we are reaching out, yes.
There's a comment.
Anna, so education community manager, so I feel like I need to say something about this. Just for everyone to be aware, yes, this is on the agenda for a very long time already for the whole network. The reason you might have not heard so much about it is, as it was mentioned, there are so many steps, and it was not really necessary from the very beginning for you to be aware of all the things that are happening, because it's very confusing for everyone. But for sure, something that you should be aware that this thing exists and that you should be involved.
Jens, he's in Darmstadt. You said in the presentation that the positive impact of the Erasmus Plus program is measurable. Can you give some examples on how it was measured and what they measured, or will this be part then of the support information we get later?
Philip, National Board. Again, same as to Chris. Janis? There, thanks so much. There are different studies about this topic. Again, if you're more interested, I'm more than open and happy to share with you. Some of the studies are going back to the skills we're earning. Some of them are, of course, the ESN survey, one of the biggest flagship projects of ESN, showing that you are more open, you are more connected either to your area or to Europe, and also you participate actually more in the European elections because you went abroad. It's going to be more open-minded towards actually there are also some studies, although I'm not the biggest fan, but of course this is important when you talk about money, that how much money also, for example, an international mobility student can bring to a country in the end. Yes.
Julia, RC Southeast. Like you mentioned that you would like increase of like the budget to 60 or even 80 million euros. Do you even think that this is feasible? Like right now, everybody is like grabbing for the money.
Philip, National Board. Yes, I think it's feasible. Like when we raise our voice as the Erasmus generation, I'm pretty sure we can make it feasible, and we can make the change, and always to the city say like you can be the change you would like to see in the future. So yes, we can do it.
And also, Charlotte, he has an office, and also you have to see that the budget allocation is basically, so there is money and it's allocated to like different topics, and this was the first allocation of this like 40.8 billion. And there's always room to improve, and if they get enough reason for improving the budget, the raise is basically just like it's a discussion. So, yeah, I also think it's feasible. That's why we're standing here.
Merle from Kiel. I wonder how you assess the actual chance that this initiative will contribute to an actual positive outcome.
Charlotte, liaison office again. So basically, so if I get the question right, correctly, I hope so. Basically, if we approach as sections or also as an NO specific politicians, and they bring our ideas and our stories and our claims to the table, the discussion will not be held over our heads, but like with our claims in the room. So basically, our situation is that we just want to bring our voice into the room by basically telling politicians how important this is for us, but also for them. And this is why we want to approach the politicians with postcards also, because this is a very personal kind of approach. So you never know what people would react to, if they have numbers or if they have emotional stories or whatever. So this is a possibility to personally approach them and basically tell them how important this is to us. Yeah? So, does that answer the question? I don't know. What was the question?
Is this a comment or because the speaker's list is closed? Are you commenting that?
So the
name of section?
Merle is and Kiel. The question was more like, how high do you see the chance that this is contributing to a positive outcome?
Yes, Philip, National Board. It depends on how many sections contributing. So I'm pretty sure that if there are more people and more sections contributing, the chance to have an impact is higher. And I'm really looking for, I'm pretty sure that this will have an impact, because if you receive an email or if you receive a postcard from somebody you are representing, I think it's completely different. And if you have then, because we're also working with the PR team right now together, to have a nice logo or a nice back of the postcard, I think this has a huge impact.
Thanks for the presentation of the Q&A. On to the next point on the agenda, the SOS proposal to reinstate the IT manager as national board member.
Yeah. Yes, hello, Philip, National Board, it's me again. Good to see you, good to have you here. We are just standing here to talk with you about our proposal to reinstate the IT manager as a national board member. Before we go to our proposal, I just want to talk with you a bit about how portfolios are working in ESN and also in Germany right now. So what we have is kind of one of the pillars is training activities. So we have event management system, we have activities, we have volunteer development, we have training programs and also event organizations, which is right now covered mainly by Lena and Hannah. Then we have also the finances, so financial reporting, analytic tools, of course ESN cards, marketing partnerships and financial planning, which is done by Dirk right now, as well as of course Julia, the MC, and Adi, sorry, thank you. Then we have education, which is kind of the portfolio of the president, or is the portfolio of the president. So what I said, research, ESN survey, also working with data in the ESN survey, as well as digitalization of Erasmus+, policy and advocacy. So one of the things, the presentation which I presented 2 minutes ago, is one of the main topics in my pillar. promoting mobility as well as project management, you can say. Then we have governance, the pillar from Jule, state of the network, so of EAS in Germany. We have the National Quality Assurance Call into the section questionnaire and quality assurance calls. Knowledge management, membership, state of the network, and network care especially, also thanks to the network care team. And then last but not least, we have the communication portfolio. Right now, Sonia is taking care of it, so website, communication platforms, communication strategies, branding, and media management. And this leads also kind of to the structure we have right now. So pretty clear, so president, vice president governance, vice president for development, treasurer, communication manager, and event manager. But there are basically other topics or other important things which actually have to be taken care of. So we can also think about digital, oh my Jesus.
That's why we need an IT manager.
Thank you so much, okay. I did not use the laser pointer. Yeah, so we have digital strategy. We have also the topic of data governance and GDPR, which is right now luckily covered by Ramona. Security infrastructure and also data analysis, especially when you have such a big NO as we are right now with 46 sections. We need this actually. And there is the IT portfolio which comes into place, which we would like to see covered by the IT manager as one of the board members, official board members in EAS in Germany.
Yes, so now a few reasons why we want to implement the IT manager back into the board. One of the reasons is that right now the portfolio of the communication manager has task descriptions of communications and IT. Although IT and communications are two very different parts. So communications focuses more on the messaging, branding, and the content creation, and IT focuses more on the building and maintaining the systems that build the base of that these communications are possible. So without the IT, the digital communication would not be possible. Of course, also the digitalization in general, but also in Erasmus Plus is a big strategic priority. So we as the network also have a responsibility of focusing on this. And as some of you might have heard, or all of you, I hope, there is the project of ESN International, which is the digital ESN card. So they started last year to implement this project, and they're going to implement it even more and focus on this year, which means that all of the physical ESN cards will be taken over by the digital ESN card. And for this procedure, especially as a big NO as we are with 46 sections, hopefully more, let's see. We want a person that can actually take the time and focus on projects like these, so we can ensure that you as the sections know what to do when these projects are taken also on the local level. And yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you some other reasons why. Yeah, I mean, everybody's aware of the evolving world of technology. I mean, we all have phones and probably addictions. The emerging technologies are kind of like reshaping also how ESN works. I mean, there's a change in just the way how our sections work, how digitalized we are, and it's going to change even more and even more. Then there's also, coming back to Ramona actually, the data protection and privacy. Because ESN handles a lot of sensitive data, because you have your lists of all the people attending with their birthdays, and everything related is so important to GDPR. And fun fact, not so fun fact, you can get sued if you don't take care of this company. So, and then also another point is cybersecurity and risk management. We are the second largest NO, as I told you before, and we are in a pretty public-facing state, and this could also lead to a higher chance of being a potential target of cyber attacks. Yes, and then it's also the strategic alignment, because as Svenja also told you, not only is the digital ESN card is part of like the agenda of ESN International, but generally IT and digitalization is a core strategic priority of ESN International. We don't always have to follow everything blindly, but this is a very, very good point that will help us in the future. Then also responsibility and liability, because the IT coordinator manages critical infrastructure. So we all know about the up and downs on Pretix and the website and the Google accounts that we all use, and they're so important, because what would we do without Pretix? Or the Tumia. But also, what about our Google accounts? the meetings that we do, the network and update calls, everything is so heavily focused on that. Also decision-making, crisis management. If there's a case of an emergency in the IT department, we need to act fast. And if we do not have an IT manager, we do not feel like as capable to make a decision as quickly as it maybe should be made. And then also the continuity and long-term development is that IT projects, when we do not have an IT manager in the board, are kind of like, we do not want to leave them behind, but there's of course not as much of a prioritization on them, which we would like to have. So this is why we are proposing this. And that could also mean that the IT community, which all your lovely IT coordinators, managers in your lovely sections are part of, could be a little bit more nourished.
And now just to show you real quick what the changes in the statutes would be. So the board as it would be right now in the statutes would stay, so all the positions we have currently would stay. The only thing that would be added would be the point 7, a person for IT management, so the IT manager. And then the change in the standing orders would be that we would remove point 9, the IT coordinator, as it would be taking care of the IT manager. That does not mean that the IT manager doesn't have a coordinator or a team that could support him, but as for right now, this would make more sense since the position would be moved to the board. And that's it. We're looking forward to your questions.
Also, side note, this proposal was also not only worked on by the national, but also Magnus, our IT coordinator, so we were not blindly deciding.
Shout out, he's watching the live stream.
Shout out, Magnus.
Remember to give a concise question.
Yes. Tom, ESM Switzerland. We're always talking about Vim as a religion and treat it like it's super important, but then we have every section using different tools and processes. Is the idea that the IT manager eventually also brings these things together? It's like, for example, sections that use still gmail.com instead of section.germany.de. And so forth, right? Those, yeah.
Svenja, National Board, thank you for your question. So as for right now, our sections actually all have or use the same website structure. So it's managed by EASE in Germany and we help them with it. And also for the email addresses, as for now, we always tell them that the Google email addresses are provided by us and they can use it. Of course, there are some sections who decide to not do that, even though we always tell them it is easier for us to also help them with it. So, yeah, and about the VIN. I mean, I don't think the IT manager has anything to do with Vim. Of course, he helps with the websites and everything, but it's covered mostly by the communication manager and PR team to overview.
Philip, National Board. I think the question is more like, okay, we are upholding Vim all the time, like, just like, oh my god, you have to take up Vim, but that we also have the same priority for IT topics. I think, and this is, I think, something we would like to see, especially when we look into pretext. This is like the same case that we like, oh my god, yeah, it's important to have the digital systems that are working, and we should take care of them the same as we're taking care of Vim. Well, like when we check our postings on Instagram, on the website, we're really taking care of them, but we should do the same when we focusing on digital topics.
Marco Natali, technical chair. What is the impact that, as in your actual work, the absence in IT managing the national board, not only Slovenia but also the other?
Svenja, national board. So we're really lucky because Magnus is actually very active and helping us as a board a lot. He's joining our national board course actually bi-weekly. So this is really, really great, but also from a coordinator, you cannot expect this amount of time that you put into this position. And big impact that it had, for sure, that, for example, the project that was started with the previous IT manager, the ESN Cloud, had to be paused. We cannot work on it because he does not have the time for it, and we have to prioritize on the project that are actually impacting the sections, which was pretext for now, and will be the websites in the next second half of the mandate.
The national board, I think what the major impact is that right now, everything what happened with critics, or there has to be an immediately reaction or action from the national board, has to go to Svenja, and Svenja has to go back to us. And I think to have the national, like the IT manager back in the national board makes this process much easier, as well as to bring back the IT community is one topic as well. Yes.
Are there more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list is closed.
Christian, yes, to me. I have heard from the current IT coordinator that he would have likely not taken on the position if it had been an IT manager. Given that he is doing a very good job and he is doing a very important job, can you maybe put this position, what he's doing currently, into the picture of the IT manager that you're planning to install? Where would his job end up, basically? Where would the work he's doing end up being done? Where else would he be doing it?
I mean, as you saw in the proposal, also, yeah, Philip, National Board National President, as you saw, so we removed the IT coordinator as a extra position, but this doesn't mean we cannot appoint an IT coordinator. So I think there's still the chance for Magnus to still be part of our network and help us and support us, but then have actually a board member as well to take care of the topic, and then have like people with the knowledge taking care of IT infrastructure, digital, IT strategy, all the topics we mentioned.
Yeah, that's a funny thing about the statutes with like you saw the positions with section K coordinator, yada yada yada. In the Satzung it says sollen, which is for all the Germans eine dringliche Empfehlung, which means you don't have to do it, but they kind of expect you to do it, and we're not taking it away, which means, as Philip said, not possible. We can have more, it's advised to have this, and since we have an IT manager, then we kind of like removed it there, and the possibility is still completely there, so if you want to sign up for that position, go. Unless not.
Richard is in the Netherlands. Ideally, within how many years would you want the new IT manager to successfully implement the digitalization of the ESN card within ESN Germany?
Thank you for the question. So as it is very important to ESN International, and also we think that the world's moving so fast and digitalization is getting more important, I think it would be very important to focus on this within this year. Of course, it also depends on how well the first implementation of it with the tryouts sections and NOs goes within the whole network, and how well their feedback is on the whole project and how well it could be implemented within our NO as well.
Pablo and Jena, thank you for the presentation. So, from my point of view, I guess there are also strategic changes that need to be done so that we ensure that in the future the situation doesn't repeat, that we abolish IT manager from the national board position. So have you already considered what kind of projects and development of IT infrastructure on the national level can be done when after the successful implementation of ESN card digital we don't have this situation again?
Yuda and Lee, thank you so much for your questions. I just don't see you right now, so I'm going to go to the crowd. Oh yeah, hi. Yeah, that's a really, really good question, but honestly the answer is we cannot by our statutes, because you as the Mitgliederversammlung have always the right to approve amendments that we propose or that you propose as sections. So in technicality everything can happen, but as a strategy it's something that is important and should be important to the whole of ESN Germany, is to not to have this happen again, because it is so important to focus on these things. But legally speaking, of course, we cannot prohibit a situation like this to happen, because that's just the way our statutes are written. But it is definitely not in our plan, because there's thought behind this proposal.
Julia, RC Southeast. If I remember correctly, at any reason, one of the points for removing the IT manager position from the board was that nobody wanted to do it because it is such a big task. And so, yeah, what are your plans on making IT managers sexy again?
Viva, National Board. Thank you, Julia, for the question, because, I mean, who wants to be the IT manager? Fragezeichen, so to you.
Hello, National Board. So if I'm I talked with Magnus also about it, so I hope please Magnus correct me, but the idea is to focus now more also on the IT community in ESN Germany back again, and then hopefully find potential people who are interested to apply in the end at the summer NA, the elective one. And then as well, of course, as I mentioned before, the question from Christian is that if we know that there are the potential that we have also an IT coordinator, then of course you also can distribute the task and the workload from the IT manager, so hopefully it's more appealing in the end. And of course, yeah, that's it.
Svenja and me. Also, Magnus had a really good transition, and he has also really good transition documents. So even though we didn't have an IT manager in the board for the previous months, I think the fear of there being a lack of knowledge or a lack of transition will not be there. So I hope also this helps. And yeah, as I said, Magnus is doing an amazing job, and I think he has the knowledge to also give to the next person.
Luis Mesa. It's kind of related actually to this question, and it's because I don't quite remember why was IT manager taken out of the national board in the first place. I think during the Monaco, and what, with that in mind, how likely would it be for that to happen again? That you want to take it out, because then, to my understanding, it will be a complex bureaucratic process changing the statutes again.
For the national board, if I'm correct, I think one major point was to make the NB, so the national board, smaller, so there's the chance to have easier decision making. Although at this point the strategy of ESN International, for example, was not revealed and was not submitted, so there was not a chance actually to align the strategy or the restructuring of the NB with the strategy of ESN International, as well as the idea of the digital ESN card from my point of view, or my information was also not published yet. So, and I think this is something really important we have to keep in mind, because if we are focusing on this right now, you, especially as sections, don't have the chance to sell these N cards in the future, probably in 1 or 2 years. So this is also something you have to consider in the end, as well as probably Magnus said they have the better answer, but if I'm correct, also ES International is now working on redoing the websites as well, so there's like a big IT update coming in the next year. Yeah, and how likely, referring back to Julius' Antwort, to Julius' answer, it's depending on you and it's depending on ES in Germany and on the National Assembly if they propose something else and they would like to exclude it maybe again or whatever.
There is a comment.
Tom, ESN manager, IT manager for ESN Switzerland. Also to keep in mind that the more projects ESN International is rolling out, they make the IT manager a mandatory position for all of the boards for the NOs, which basically means that if you don't have this, it will mean that you can still receive the updates, but they will be provided by ESN International. But the problem comes with having someone in the board will give
Thank you for your comment, I'm sorry.
Log ESN Hannover. I think the question have been kind of repeatedly answered, but also I want to follow up with Tom's comment that like.
I'm sorry, you cannot do a follow-up question as the speaker says it's closed.
Do I have to say the least question or because it's kind of answered?
Yes, I agree. So I think this question is answered and we can. And the speaker list is closed, so unfortunately I cannot allow more questions. You can also always reach out to these lovely people and ask them more questions in the breaks or some time when you catch them. Thank you for the Q&A. Alright, as you can see, these are the next two things that are coming up. I just want to say something quickly before we do both. I would like to ask one member of the following sections: Bonn, Braunschweig, Darmstadt, Frankfurt am Main, Frankfurt-Oder, Heidelberg, Hildesheim, Konstanz, Greifswald, Lübeck, Witten-Herdecke, HTW Dresden. So I would like to ask one member of your section to meet Julia, our partnership manager, 5 minutes before we go back, so at 16:20, here in the corner next to the stage. Okay? No one reacts? Kind of sad. Okay.
Okay, so about the group picture, since luckily today it's not raining, we're gonna do it outside. So please grab your flags as soon as possible and try to make your way kind of fast. We're going outside. Wait, you don't know where to go yet. You will go outside the building to the right and then we will...
Thank you all. Quick reminder for the breaks tomorrow. Please try to be there on time since we're already quite behind and now again a few minutes and it all adds up. And I think we all want to be finished as soon as possible and enjoy the social program as well. So without further ado, to the next break.
Hey, Philip, National President. The next blog is really important for us. It's about the strategy of Eastern Germany. So the future of Eastern Germany, actually. Because what I would like to talk with you about today is the process, how we are coming to the next strategy of Eastern Germany. Oh shit. Sorry, the procedure, 2 minutes.
What's happening? What is needed? What is needed? But it can be integrated in the Google Drive, in Google directly. It can be integrated in the presentation directly.
Yes, but it needs to be flipped account.
Ah, yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, it took so much time to take nicely the picture with the presidents that I totally forgot they have like something special for you to make it a bit more interactive. So yeah, what I want to talk with you is the future of Eastern Germany strategy. But before we go into detail, of course this is what will be the main priority for the next month. And I'm really looking forward to your contribution and your support in this. And I would like to ask you to take off your phones. Because we do a little Slido. I hope you would know how it works. So yeah, you can also join with slido.com 3811393. We'll come back again. Yes, nice. It's working. So wait 2 more seconds. 64. We are more people. Let's go. Take your phone out. Woo! This is why we need IT manager. Nice. Then I will start with the first question. And the first question for you is, until when is the current strategy of Eastern Germany valid? Please give me a thumbs up if you can vote. Thank you. Nice, okay. Okay, I see. So So plenty of you think the strategy of Eastern Germany is valid until 2026. But I have to disappoint you because it's actually 2024. So we're like 2 years behind, but no problem at all. The next question is, Jannis, yeah, really good. Going to the next one. This is one of these fancy clouds. So why do you think having what? So the question is, why do you think having
This is why we need an IT.
Okay, now it should work. So why do you think having a long-term strategy is important for Eastern Germany? Yes. Slay. I see already really nice things which are really important to have a long-term strategy, so really nice. Thank you so much. Should I just use my computer or should I go back? Yes. Okay, yeah, we're here. We are coming back from the slides, so thank you so much. So the long-term strategy of Eastern Germany is actually already outdated. So currently we don't have any clear strategy yet. And what I would like to show you is how our structure or how a strategy we envision for the future. So we have on the top, which was also mentioned in the cloud, is the vision of Eastern Germany. So what is the vision? What are we designed for? What is the preferred future of our organization? Under the vision, we have the mission, so it defines the purpose of our organization. And then we will continue with strategic priorities, who then are the main pillars of the future strategy. And after this, after you have the strategic priorities, you have the strategy, which then outlines which specific actions we would like to take to achieve, which we would like to achieve in the years. And then, of course, we have the action plan for 3 years. As you know, now by our legal documents, we have to submit our action plan. So the National Board has to submit the action plan for the first National Assembly. And then we come to what will change. So what will definitely change is the vision. So as I said, we will also adapt our vision, and this should be a powerful message, will give us a clear path where we would like to be in the period of 3 years. And just to remind you, so the current vision is Eastern Germany is committed to becoming the main point of contact for intercultural exchange between international students and local students. We aim to provide an inclusive environment, rich of development and networking opportunities for all volunteers. And what will also change is the strategic priorities, as well, of course, the strategy. But this is really important. So, as I said, the strategic priorities should have the same time frame as the vision, and they should help to achieve the vision while also outlining the needs to be the focus for the given period. And currently, our strategic priorities are exchange students, so incoming and outgoing students, volunteers, sections, cooperation and outreach, finance and partnership, and structure of Eastern Germany. And now I'm going back to Slido. So take out your phone. And I would like to know from you, how do you see your role in developing the strategy of Eastern Germany? Sorry, my Wi-Fi is not working, but you still have the time to answer already. Why is it not working? Okay. So give me a second. Is it now working? Yes. Okay. Sorry for the struggles with the IT. Oh my God, Jesus.
Philip, do you need that?
My Wi-Fi is left. My Wi-Fi is back. So my Wi-Fi left me. I hope I can see it afterwards. But maybe just raise your hand if you want to share like 1 or 2 words. Where do you see yourself contributing to the strategy? So coming back to basically to the main question. So we do it now a quick round, 2 or 3 answers. What did you type into the Slido? Who would like to share it? Nobody? Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Nico, a question, and then Luis.
Question, I just wanted to...
You have a question?
No.
Yeah, answer.
Say. Contribution.
Contribution, thank you so much. Okay.
Do you need passwords?
No, it's okay.
Because I have a great idea and I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Is that a yes?
Yeah, like if you have a buzzword or like a concrete idea, please share it.
No, I don't have a password, that's the issue.
Okay, now it's back. Oh my God. So Slay again, really nice. Auditing, new ideas, support, local inputs, really nice sustainability, implementation at the local level, strategy, communication, okay, onboarding, small, okay, worker, big, okay. Thank you so much. I guess I had kind of like a different, not different here, but something which includes some of the points you also raised. So these are the main pillars for the strategy process for the next month. So one part on the left side is the needs assessment, which basically means that everything which you already contributed through the section questionnaires, what ES in Germany contributed to a national questionnaire, so basically the same what you're doing as a local section, we are doing as a national organization towards ES International. We also have a web regional report. So as I mentioned, we are part of the web region in ESN, the Western European platform. We have our neighbors here, the Netherlands and also Switzerland. And also we would like to look into the past strategies. And then what I would like and what we would like to do is have a consultation with you. So actually to reach all levels of ESN Germany through also the community calls, the monthly network and update calls, and also independent consultations. And I would like to share with you the timeline, because actually, when you look on the left side, you can see that we started with this already in May and October 2024. So there are actually like 2 boards who worked on the strategy at 2 NAs and had a workshop, but I think this is not outdated, but information we should keep and work with, but I would like to see you also, especially your local volunteers, contributing to the strategy. So now in February we have the first presentation. In March I would like to do a national level meeting where we contact input from all national coordinators and the whole national level. Then from March to April I would like to bring this topic to the network and update call. Then I would like to contact a meeting with Jule and the alumni in April, and then also the community calls, so which means basically the presidents have a meeting with me, then the VPs or HR manager with Jule and Lena, and so on and so on. And also, if possible, and if we match the timeline, to have it as an LP, or as you can see, the idea is to have a first draft of the vision and mission in, maybe you cannot see, but May, June, so when the summer NA, the elective NA will take place, I would like to present the vision and mission and the strategy priorities, and then to take the LPs as input and feedback as well. And then over the summer, the idea is to draft the whole strategy and present it to you at the winter NA, October or November 2026, and then you as sections can vote on this. So the next month will be super important for the network and especially for the future of the network. So, and you as volunteers of ESN Germany can basically shape the future of our network. So I really count on your contribution. And this means we have created a volunteer survey which includes a few questions, around 9 really basic questions to give input what your volunteers and our volunteers would like to see. Then also a guideline which basically includes the whole timeline and the idea behind the strategy. Then something I would like to get feedback from you in the Q&A is a TCO that you could also possibly conduct a workshop in your local section with your volunteers if you would like to do. And then also a reporting document to give ESN Germany and me and Victoria the input. So yes.
Are there more questions to be expected? I propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? Okay, speakers list is closed.
Benjamin, National Coordinator. What developments have you seen in the last 2 years, since about 2 years since the day in Frankfurt, that really would require strategic focus, or areas where we would really benefit from strategic focus?
Philip, National Board. From my point of view, I think the governance structure in ESN Germany, so how we support sections, how we make sure that in this big network we can distribute the information in a good way and also keep all sections active and informed what happens. I think this needs strategic focus as well. Of course, Dirk is not here right now, but I think like financial wise, we definitely is also taking workload from the national board as a volunteer and gives the future national board the chance to actually do it on volunteering basis and not half-time or sometimes also full-time, because then you have people who get paid and who do, I don't know, builds or something else on the side, and the national board can focus on the strategy and approaches. And
Janis is in Darmstadt. Is the strategy in any way implemented in either the ESRS or processes to ensure that it's also followed in the future by future boards and that it's in the mind of the network?
Philip, National Board, yes it is. So it's written down that the main orator and president has to take care of it. I don't know where it is, I have to look it up, but yeah, it is.
A comment?
Yes, a comment. Yeah, Philip, National Board, and of course again, US sections can also go through the statutes and say, okay, we missed kind of like taking care of the strategy in the last year, so maybe we want to have it on have it as a paragraph in our standing orders. Is also like a chance to do.
Tom, ES in Switzerland. As the strategy is currently outdated, have all the action plans been achieved from the past? And what will you work on until you have the new strategy?
Philip, National Board. So just for your information, so since our mandate, we actually have to submit our action plan towards the section. So before it was not mandatory. So we cannot say if the action plan was fulfilled or not. Of course, we as the National Board can see this, but not the sections. And I think in the past, we're lucky because of the web region that we had kind of like the web report. And I think most of the previous NBs focused on the recommendations from the web report, what to take care of. So, yeah.
Perfect. Thank you all for the presentation, for the Q&A. Next one is the alumni presentation.
Hello, welcome. This is the famous alumni presentation you will see now. We are starting with a short history session. This is ESN Cologne, 15 years ago, when we got member of the ESN Germany network. This was the whole NP, not so many people like today. This is 10 years ago. There was also a big, great event in Cologne. It was the web, Western European platform. Great event, many people, you see the OC from that time. Great event. Now we are here, another great event. So, about alumni, what we are, what we want, what we are doing. What is the alumni? Our association was founded 2010 at the HM in Istanbul, a long time ago. We were founded because ASN Germany had no money. They had a budget about 500 euros. So they had not that much money. That's why we are founded. We are founded to support ASN, to support you, to support the board, to support the ASN network. It's meeting, old people can meet new people can meet old people, and we are getting bigger. We are around now 120 members who support you. You know the past, so if somebody has questions about ASN Bremen and why they left the network, you can ask us. I can tell you stories. And yeah, we can finance the support for this NA and for some of you who came here with our help. What we are actually doing, do we still have fun? Yes. This is our famous summer event. It's one time a year. Then we are meeting somewhere in the middle of nowhere, having our assembly. It takes 1 or 2 hours, depends. And the other days of the weekend we are having breakfast, sitting in the sun, doing some healthy stuff, and meet together and talk about the past and the future. And now the most important part, the financial support. What do we support? We support NAs like this, for the past NAs. We support team building events, we support local platforms, we support participants, we support you. How does it work? If you want money, you have to go to this website, or you scan the QR code, get support, and write an application why you need some money. Don't write too much, just say why you want to go, and then we will decide. Normally we will answer in within 1 week. If it takes longer, then We forgot it and you have to ask us. And why does it work? We need you. Our members pay money, and with this money, we support you. So if any one of you has too much free time or too much money, you can get a member. It's also easy, on the same web page, we had a membership, then you can join. Then you can also stand in front of here with these crazy people. And why should you join? You can support BSMers. So you got support, give support back. Not today, but in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years later. Membership fee is not that much. If you're a student, it's only 20 euro. If you are rich and have a full-time job, you pay 40 euros or more. Yeah, you got support in the past, give support back. We have our cool summer event, and on your tax declaration, you can get some money back for this 20 or 40 euros. And you stay in contact. We're meeting each other, some alumni are here, we're going to events, have our summer event, and we have WhatsApp group. The knowledge transfer, the connections, stories from the past, that's what I tell you, is N-Train, is at the city, HE in Berlin. If you want to know more about this, you can ask us later. This is us. It's me, the president, our big treasurer, and Lisa is not here, but you see her in the picture.
Nico, yes, I'm alumni Germany. One more information for our international guests. We're going to take the idea of alumni also to the international level. That means we will go to the EGM in Croatia, we'll hold a session there, how alumni works in Germany. So Germany could be a best practice case for national alumni organizations in Europe. We will go there, hold a session. If you're interested, come to a session in Split, we will be there. Thanks.
Yes, we respect where I am, as you see. If you have any questions, you can find us later. Feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. Okay, next up we have the regional updates. Everyone who has been or heard the regional updates for the last 10 A's will probably notice that something is different, because this time we will have it as a poster gallery. So every region has created a poster with the help of the PR team, and the posters are hung up here in the foyer and also in room 4, so I think that's the glass front room. I'm not entirely sure, but you will probably see it. And so the RCs will be with their posters, and you can go around, look at all the posters you're interested in, ask the RCs your questions, talk with them, interact with each other, and please be back, like it's written in the agenda. Let me double check to not say something wrong. At 17:40. 40. All right, have fun. Come back in time, please. I'm very, very happy. And we will, of course, continue right away with a reminder to drink water. Don't forget.
Aber nicht auf den Pointer klicken, der funktioniert nicht. Genau, das macht nicht.
Okay, hello everyone. It's getting late, it's getting dark. My voice is getting rougher, so please bear with me and excuse me for that. It's been a long day, an interesting day, an intense day. So yes, let's take this last kind of minutes, the last block in the agenda to talk about, it's not the very last point, but let's take some time to talk about Spielbreak. First of all, Spielbreak 2025, and then also Spielbreak 2026. Maybe raise your hands, who was at Spielbreak in 2025? Those are actually a lot of parents, I'm very happy to see that. Who's planning to come to Spielbreak 2026? Okay, I see some, yeah, that's a good move. Let's talk about the event and see, yeah, some reflections about last year and then some ideas and plans for this year. Okay, just a disclaimer, I just noticed that there might be some fun animations in this presentation that I didn't plan for. So let's see what happens together. Okay, it's looking good. First of all, before we start reflecting and evaluating, I want to show you 4 pictures from Spielberg 2025. Those are the ones that I chose. I'm now noticing it looks like I'm in 10th grade and made a fun PowerPoint, but it's okay. So on the top left you can see, the left for you? Yes, on the top left you can see our opening ceremony. Below that you can see the picture that we took at the flag parade, and it was already nearly dark because we had a lot of fun walking and dancing through Berlin. On the top right you can see me and Jule and Svenja giving our closing speech for the opening ceremony and talking about breaking down walls, about creating a community, about being together in Berlin during spring break. And below there's one of the few pictures that I found from the club that wasn't of specific groups of people. So I decided to choose the one that looked, that wasn't as individual, just to show you like a little bit what it looked like in Matrix at our club night on Saturday. Some specs from Spring Break 2025. We had 27 OC members, more than 75 helpers, and thank you so much for everyone who helped during Spring Break. We couldn't have done it without you, and the OC and the organization of of such an event really relies on people like you helping us to get it done. We had roughly 1,300 participants. We offered 20 city tours, and in general we had 4 days of fun and exchange. Now let's come to the reflection part that I was talking about. As we know, and especially as everyone who was at the National Assembly in Dortmund in October knows, the Spielberg planning process this year was a little bit interesting. And in the end, and when reflecting the event, I came to the conclusions that there were 3 main areas of learnings, which I decided to structure this presentation accordingly. And I will start with the first one, which is scheduling and time management. So, as most of you know, the planning process for Spielberg and the acquisition of the OC for Spielberg 2025 started very, very late. And in addition to that, the OC had to be appointed twice, which didn't really help with starting late, so we started even later. And this also meant that the budget was very, very late. Talking about late, what also started late was the ticket sale, which caused financial uncertainty and also financial restraints that dragged through the whole organization of the event. And in addition, it caused some uncertainty for participants, for sections, and very unfortunately also for OCs, for helpers, and for everyone else involved in the planning process. The issues with time management also led to some tasks that had to be done very, very last minute, which is of course not ideal because it leads to a lot of stress for everyone involved. And there was some general uncertainty about the event for both OC members, participants, and in general everyone else involved. Area number 2, communication and information management. One of the issues that now especially arose when evaluating the planning process is that not all information relevant to to the planning process was shared with the whole OC and the event manager. This means that there was
a lack of overview for quite a long time, which we kind of had to catch up with a bit later in the planning process. It led to the problem that the knowledge transfer for 2026, in some areas at least, is getting to be a little bit more difficult than hoped, and it also led to some miscommunications. In addition to that, we were not able to structure clear and sustainable guidelines for OC benefits. So it was difficult for us to define guidelines on reimbursement for our team t-shirts, accommodations, stuff like that, which of course isn't fair, right? If you have volunteers helping you and assisting with such a large event, and it's not ideal to have such unclear guidelines on their benefits and Lastly, there was the issue of some decisions being made without authority or approval, which was probably grounded in some of the miscommunication issues that we had in other areas as well. And this also didn't really aid the planning process. Lastly, area number 3. I gave this quite the title. I called it ineffective and unclear task distribution. So, one of the bigger issues is that not all tasks were clearly assigned to an OC member, and this is largely, at least that's my reflection throughout this whole event, they were largely assigned to the fact that there was a lack of overview for so many tasks that had to be done. So various tasks fell behind and had to be done last minute, and there were many volunteers that had to step in and fulfill tasks that were outside of their fields of responsibilities, putting additional pressure on them, in addition to the tasks that they already had, according to their task descriptions. In addition to that, or combined to that, not all OC members were fully aware of the tasks and the extent of their responsibilities. This is partially because of the late planning process, because of the kind of missing onboarding, because it was also late and we had to really get going in order to make the event happen. Second to last, there was a lack of communication from some members of the OC when tasks could not be fulfilled. By this responsible person, we are all volunteers. We know that sometimes we can just not fulfill the tasks that we have put onto ourselves within ESN, but of course we also all know how important it is to communicate such situations and to delegate tasks and to work together on creating an outcome that is fun and works for all of us. And lastly, all of those things I mentioned before led to a very unequal distribution of tasks and responsibilities. As I said, some people had to step in situations that weren't really part of their fields of responsibilities, putting a lot of pressure on some members of the OC. I'm going to have a sip of water. Please do so too. Okay, I'm a bit out of breath because my nose is stuffy. I'm sorry for that. Okay, let's continue. We have reflected a lot about Project 2025. As I said yesterday in the national level updates, if you've talked to me at all over the past few months, you will have heard me yapping and thinking and talking about Project. We've done a lot of reflecting, and I would hereby like to present you some things that we thought of for Project 2026. First of all, again, it will happen in November, and I was hoping to be able to present you a final date here today, but unfortunately I am not, because we're still talking to the hostel, or the hostels. I'm still in contact with them, and as soon as we have figured everything out, we will announce the official date, and I'm hoping that it will be very, very soon. Yes. Also, what we're doing is we're lowering the amount of participants a little bit. And the main reason for that is to allow us to improve the event and make it more sustainable for the future. So we're aiming for roughly 1,000 participants in the end in total, which is honestly still a lot. But I think it's an achievable aim, and it gives us the space to take all of our reflections into account and to try to actually make Spreebrek a better event for the future and to make it sustainable for the future. Because I think the idea behind Spreebrek is so important, it's so special, and has so much potential. So, I think by kind of lowering our the amount of participants, this will really help us implement the approvals that we're thinking of.
And lastly, another focus that I would like to point out is that I want to put a big emphasis on a bigger variety of activities to choose from, and with a special focus on alternative evening programs. You've heard me talking about it a little bit in Dortmund, and I think this time, we started with it this time, or in 2025, as good as we were able to in 2025. And this year for Spielberg, I want to put a really, really big emphasis on improving the alternative program and making it an actual viable and fun alternative to the party program. So, learning from Spielberg 2025, we aim to make Spielberg 2026 a sustainable, fun, and fulfilling event for both participants and organizers by tackling the 3 main learnings that I talked about before. And I'm now going to go over them again and tell you what we're planning for in 2026. So, area number 1, scheduling and time management. As you will have seen, or hopefully will have seen, we're starting with the acquisition and the onboarding process of the OC very early, and the open call for the heads and leads of the OC is actually already done and closed, which I am very, very happy about. And we're aiming to have the full acquisition and onboarding process done in March 2026. In addition to that, I will put a very big emphasis on working together with the then elected OC to create a concrete timeline and concrete deadlines that we can all agree on and that we can all keep in the back of our minds, instead of just putting it onto them. In addition to that, of course, what we need very early on is a good and sustainable budget. So this will be a very big focus in the beginning of the planning process. We will also aim to start the ticket process earlier, the ticket sale process earlier, to give also participants a little bit more time to plan their travels to Berlin, to plan coming to the event, and also to help us make some better estimates on how the event will look in the end. Lastly, for area number 1, I would like to finalize the bankroll program points before the ticket sales this time, and to have most of the things figured out, so that we have the last months of the planning process to actually execute those program points and not to have to think of them still so close to the event. Area number 2, communication and information management. This is a really important thing. So I am aiming for very, very frequent communication with heads and leads with the event manager, so in this case me for now, and especially to be updated on reached goals. I think it's really important to track this process, and this is what I'm putting a very big emphasis on this time. In addition to that, there will be clear structure and guidelines for sharing and uploading new information. There's the Google Drive, we have email addresses for the Spielberg OC, and I will make sure that they will be used this time so that we can use the learnings from this year better to improve Spielberg over and over again and make it a little bit better every year. This will also come with a more efficient structure for OC meetings, and I'm gonna hurry up because I have 2 minutes left. Okay, we're aiming to do volunteer agreements to make sure that we, as ES in Germany, are safe and that our volunteers know what their job is and that they fulfill it, but also, and this is very, very important, we want to promise our volunteers what they will get out of this in plot on top of being part of the committee and growing on that. In addition to that, we're aiming for task-specific onboarding and an ongoing maintenance of knowledge transfer documents to, again, improve the knowledge transfer process for then the next year. And we're also planning within OC training and team building. Area number 3, the task distribution is, and it's again connected to the point before that, so I will be asking all heads and leads of the OC to deliver something similar to a logbook, so to log the progress of the teams and to communicate it with me and the General National Board regularly to make sure that all tasks are tracked and that we have an overview of everything. There will be an emergency plan for fair distribution of unexpected tasks to make sure that individuals are not overworked because tasks do not get done properly. And also, I'm skipping to the last point, is that we're planning for a better support structure for OC members. We noticed last time that some OC members had such a high workload and were really struggling to complete all of the tasks that needed to be put on them because of many of the issues I've already talked about. So yeah, this is a really important point, right? To make sure that all OC members are fully supported and given the opportunity to be part of this OC and grow with it without having to fall under pressure from too many unassigned tasks. Okay, so these are the key deadlines. I'm not going to go through all of them. As I said before, I will work with the OC as soon as it has been appointed to finalize those deadlines and to create like a full-on time plan that we can work with. That's it for now because I don't think I have a lot of time left. So, even though I might sound a bit, my voice is a bit shaky, which is mostly because I have a sore throat, but it's also because this is a very emotional topic. But we are very, very excited to create a sustainable and memorable event for our network in 2026. I'm really looking forward to working on Spring Break again, to getting this done, to working with you also, and for that I need feedback. And I'm hurrying up. There's no Q&A planned, and I now find that very unfortunate. We decided against it initially, but now I kind of wish we would have planned for it. So please talk to me. DNA is still not over. I am here, even though I might look stressed. Please talk to me. I swear I'm nice. You can talk to me tomorrow. Send me an email, send me a Slack message, and if I don't answer an email, please send me a WhatsApp message, and then I will answer your email. So yeah, I'm being fully honest about this. Please reach out to me. Please talk to me. Please give me feedback, give me ideas, give me wishes for Spring Break 2026, because I and is in Germany, we need your help to make this event better and to improve it for 2026. And yes, I'm really looking forward to getting this done and to receiving your feedback and input. Thank you.
To the next and last presentation of the day.
Hello. So, yeah. Hi, my name is Maisa, and I'm the Social Impact Coordinator, and today I'm going to present the event of the month from October to December 2025. And before we start, I'm gonna tell you more about event of the month and how is it picked. So, Event of the Month is the most outstanding event of a given month that made an impact while promoting the ASN causes. So each month, the causes team votes for the event of the month. Since we don't really have a causes team right now, it was the decision was made by the lovely Hannah and I, but you will get the opportunity to be part of the causes team, so more about this later. And the event of the month is picked from the events you register on the platform activities.esn.org. Why we name an event of the month, you might ask. It's to raise awareness about the ASN causes, first of all, and also to appreciate your great work and ideas with a certificate, and to announce it to the whole network. And also to help sections find inspiration and to implement those events in their local area, and also to encourage you to register your events at activities.esn.org. Please do. Okay. And now that we know what's an event of the month, it's time to announce the winners. And the award for the event of the month of October goes to ESN Berlin! ESN Berlin, please come to the front. to get your certificate and a picture. Everyone, the whole section, come to the front.
Do we have the PR team?
Let's go.
Too many. She's ours now.
That was fun. And now we're gonna move on to event of the month of November. Please, drum roll. Goes to Dortmund with their event planting trees in the Garden of Review. Dortmund, please come to the front. And an honorable mention goes to Yes and Mesa Mission for their demonstration against violence on women. Thank you so much for all the amazing events you made on Social Impact Days. Great job. Okay, and now the word of the for the event of the month of December goes to surprise! We have two outstanding events for the month of December, and Yes and Jena for their wheelchair basketball and section cooperation. Yes and Halle, Yes and Potsdam, and Yes and Rostock for their Christmas market in Leipzig. Woo! Everyone, join me. If you want the chance to come to the stage and win event of the month, all you have to do is to upload your events to activities.esn.org, and the deadline is the 6th of each month. And there will be an open call for the causes team, so if you want to be part of the process to choose event of the month. You can join the causes team, and you will be able to apply via the GA app, and we will work on a lot of exciting projects, other than choosing event of the month, of course. Yeah, thank you for your attention. And another thing is, I have the certificates for the winning sections from May to September, so you can get it afterwards. And yeah, let's keep on making an impact together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and thanks to all of the sections doing amazing events and submitting them on activities. And now we're already at the end of the day, so I would invite Philip to officially close the day.
Yeah, last time you see me today on stage. Wow, what a day. Yes, a lot of discussions. Yes, I don't want to reflect too much on it. I hope you had a lot of fun with the regional updates with the poster gallery. I really like the posters. I just skimmed them. I think it's a really nice idea. Please give feedback now with the reflection groups, what you think about it. I think great improvement also that we have now the community times in the middle of the day. I think this is a huge success, I think, from the start. So you were, like, from my point of view, super active, curious, and ask a lot of questions. And I just really love about national assemblies that we come together and discuss also things where our opinions contradict. And I'm really looking forward to your costumes. I hope you're ready for tonight. And don't want to steal so much time, because I guess the OC has also some really nice announcement for tonight. So looking forward for the carnival session tonight. Yeah, and DNA for today is closed at 8:09. Sir.